You guys know that just because I don't have the camera on doesn't mean I don't see chat, right, nerds? Wanted to make sure you know that. I guess I can turn the camera on, though. Sup, y'all? How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. What did NVIDIA acquire? Workload management provider. Interesting. NVIDIA can't do open source, so they just buy it instead. Good to see y'all. And hi to YouTube as well. Switch that to all chat. It's for research computing workloads. Makes sense. Ooh. Could be a fun report. Thank you for the link. Interesting. This could actually be fun. I'll put this in the list. The state of AI coding. Well, obviously, top priority is the Gemini Flash 3 video. I might do one on GPT image 1.5, 50-50 on it. Gemma 4 dropped too? Oh, fuck yeah. Well, not that link. No, I don't trust a tiny URL. I know what that's going to be. I bailed last second. This is good. Happy that the post got attention. I'm hopeful we'll see some change as a result. The reality I'm concerned about is that the people who deeply understand, use, and build within Electron ecosystem are not like going to be on Twitter and see things. But I hope that this starts to make some changes happen. I did a video on the GitHub thing. I filmed it yesterday offline and it's already live. Fun being used to Next. This was during Next Conf. I watched this as it happened. And I've already done a video on just fucking use React. The site's ancient. I can't believe people are just seeing this now. Guys. Did GitHub do a different, better response since? So that'd be cool if they did. I heard GPT-5 just dropped. Oh, yeah. This seems to be the case. Is it just Jared's reply? Good. I know my video is doing the rounds at Microsoft right now because multiple GitHub and Microsoft employees have hit me up saying how good the video was and how surprisingly like helpful it has been for the fight. I don't want to out any particular people, but yeah, I know my role in this. My role is to light things on fire slightly brighter to make the changes that need to have or happen. Yeah, I knew I rushed that video out last night for good reasons. I filmed it at like fucking 10 p.m. I was supposed to be like getting ready for bed. I was like, I need this out now because I need this to not happen. Ten-sec start video is coming soon. Interesting model. I'll look into that more later. GitLab's an alternative, just not a good one. Oh, is this the... Oh, that's great. Logan's on TBPN right now. Fun. Yeah, TY is definitely on my radar. I think it's cool as fuck. Less Wrong did a post on Opus. Oh yeah, the Opus Soul doc. Yeah, I'll save this. They've confirmed it exists, so. People are so annoying. What's this? This music, if so, I can't play. Yeah. Thank you for the gifts, NC. Let me thank all the subs as we've been getting started. We got Crazy Philip with the 30 months of support, Steedy J with the 7 months, Dan Vale with the 20, One Baitesh with the 8 months. Appreciate that. NC with that 5 bomb, Gabe Duart with the 25. Appreciate all of you guys for the support. And YouTube, somebody did a membership join early. Yeah, Wes Simpson and Paper. Thank you both for joining the T3 Club over on YouTube. Why don't I do like the gold check mark for the T3 Chat X account? Because it's a shitload of money and we don't get any benefit for it. Oh yeah, the Discord live message. I actually have Discord open, so I can send that. Okay, that actually reminds me. I want to add it to Snitch Bench. Let's do that. CD code and shark snitch bench, get status. I don't leak things. I didn't like how that UI came out. I think I can status. Cool. Yeah, this is fine. Cool. Let's up, down, Google, and I can add free Flash preview, I think is the handle for it. Google Gemini 3 Flash preview. And I can add in that. I should port default provider options over. It's really useful. I still need to like finish the changes to Snitch Bench. Skate Bench shouldn't be as far ahead as it is right now. I'll get there. I'll do it on low as well. Flash low. Preview. Cool. Reasoning true for both. Oh, where's the test mode? Bun run CLI. Is index.ts on this? It is. I'll do the analysis after though. I'm gonna comment out GPT-5 because it just causes problems. Here we go. I don't think I have my staggering changes ported over either. It'll be fun to see how that goes. The escape bench results are insane. 93%. I should go export these results actually. Grab results, skate trick test, 11.2. We want this one. Hop over to the visualizer. Where did I put the results? I thought I just had it in public. Data benchmark results, cool. Save without formatting. CD visualizer, fun, run dev. Aha. And I need to turn off Turbo Pack. Webpack. Close, try again. That'll be much slower, but it should work. Cool. Clear out a bunch of these bad models so that it's a little more readable. Leave Opus in, why not? That's the non-thinking version, don't need that actually. Cool. Good enough. Got that. This is still going. Gonna have to run the analysis after too. Cool, we're doing not bad. Stream title, oh, did we not set the title? Gemini 3 Flash is here. There. My FTMs for good, we'll see. I'm trying to live with just tabs. I just want to see if I can get used to it. So far, it's been fine. I have my feelings, but can't complain too much. Nexel, why are you gifting, man? Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. But, man, you don't need to gift. You've done enough for this community. Thank you, VBot with the heart for the 27 months. X Fear of Darkness for the 2 months. Appreciate all of you guys. Oh, I forgot to announce this. The change, part of the changes is we let you bring your own key for open router stuff. I really should have included that in my announcements. I am stupid and forgot to. Yeah, but we can't do it for all models because different models behave differently depending on the provider. A lot to worry about there. Bluetooth IEMs, it's so hard to not just recommend AirPod Pro Max 2 or AirPod Pro 2s. The Maxes suck. The Pro 2s were great. The Pro 3s are fine. But since the Pro 3s aren't good, increasingly interested in other options. Heard good things about some of the Galaxy Buds. AirPods on Android are fine, but not great. I wish I had better things to say. Just do some research is all I have for you. I just stocked up on AirPod Pro 2, so I never have to upgrade. The Nothing Buds went from utter shit to usable because DMS personally made his own correction for them that they ended up merging in as like official firmware. Yo, Ryan, thank you for the 5 bomb. Appreciate that a ton. Aichi200 with the 2 months of Prime. G Sporta with the 32 months of support. And Insanity later at 43 months. You guys have been around forever. The AirPod Pro 2s are way better than they should be. Did I merge this to main yet? Yeah, I did. Cool. That means I can get status, get add a, get stash, get check out. Wait, did I PnP install when I should have uninstalled? Yeah, I did. Main. Get pull, get stash pop. RF, PNPM, lock, uninstall. Tracking, add Gemini 3 Flash. Cool. Now that should be up momentarily. Hopefully this will be done soon. Then I can run the analysis and then I have all the data I need. Yo, Evelyn Lily. Thank you, Lily, so much for the 5 bomb. Really appreciate that. You guys are being way too generous today, as well as Iris with the 3 months. Yeah, if you're still security space stuff, DM me next week when things have calmed down a little during the holidays, and I will do my best to try and figure out what opportunities exist in the security space that I know of. I'm admittedly limited, but if you still have that group chat with my mutual that I introduced you to, asking there might be good too, because he knows everyone everywhere in the industry. Yeah, proud that we got GitHub to walk it back. The artificial analysis has done some pretty good stuff. How good is 3 Flash at tools? I'm trying it right now. We shall see. I want to make my own better tool calling benches. Did that just commit with that? There's no way. There's no way that that just merged with that, right? What? What the fuck was that? Git was supposed to be good. LOL. Cool. That's the only conflict that made it in. I don't know how that happened. Flash is pretty zoomy. Not as much as I was hoping. Perf is 90 TPS or so. Studio's only pulling 65, which is interesting. Definitely a model that's very studio friendly, as in like the people using it don't want to set up Vertex. Oh, congrats on the M5. It's a good laptop. Your own alignment bench tool, fun. Yeah, sometimes the results are scary, but they're pretty cool. Railway downtime, I didn't know that happened. That's sad, but not too unexpected. How is my bench running? Okay, we're getting close. I think that those Grok 4.1 runs were the only remaining other thing in this. Should be done momentarily. And now I can run, analyze snitching. Did I update the analyzer? I'm pretty sure I did recently. Escape bench, snitch bench. And analyze. Yeah, I did. Cool. And this might just be the old bug where it doesn't It's because of the like Grok 4.1 fast runs that had errors. So it's cleaning those up from a previous run. That's fine. This has a lot of random errors, but it'll be done momentarily. Yeah. I just got the Theo's device appears to be guessing SSH passwords warning on my phone or on my router, which is funny because I'm spamming Grok with requests. Cool. Let's see how these results look. I grab them, put them in the visualizer. CD, snitch, bench, visualizer. I'll just copy the file. Delete, replace, run dev. What happened there? What the fuck happened to my visualizer? I'm confused. It definitely had code in it before. Did I never push that? I am confused. That's currently deployed. I am genuinely very confused. I accidentally made a branch. I am just so confused as to what happened to that code. LS, do I have a different? No, I'm confused as fucking hell. Okay. It definitely had shad CN components too. Like I one-shotted it on V0 forever ago. That's how I made it. Code. I do it in here. Nope. And snitch, bench, visualizer. This one right? Yeah, this one looks a lot more right. Cool. So I found it. Yeah, cool. I just had a bad directory. Noted. I'm still recovering from having like moved everything to a new computer, if you can't tell. Paste that, bun, run dev. Not sure what's up with that data. That's because I stashed. That makes sense. Okay, so hop back to here. Delete. Paste one last try. What? Analysis. Is that the old one? Yeah, that's gotta be. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. God damn it. What keys do I have in there? I hate everything. None of these are important, thankfully, but I still have to deal with that. Fuck everything. You know, I have the fucking extension on to hide those. I don't know why it's not working. That's so annoying. I've had that key forever. Disable. Never again doing actual work on stream. This is the final time. I am so annoyed right now. Why do all of the fucking keys end in QAA? I hate you, Anthropic. Okay, it seems like that one's already done. Dead. Well, it's already disabled. Now, hop here. Theo. 2. And in just a second, we'll be done. I hate this so much. Cool. We are done. All my keys are rolled. I'm still fucking annoyed. I am so fucking annoyed. Anyways, grab the analysis file again. Come back to the correct visualizer. Delete. Paste. There we go. Now I actually have the results I wanted. And Flash. High is pretty aggressive. Untamely. How about boldly? Yeah, it's a bit of a snitch. Cool. We have our answers. Nice. Did Escape Bench update? It did. Cool. It's all up to interpretation. Okay, well, thank you. Go Seal for the 2 months. Anto for the tier 1. Would I recommend upgrading from the 15 Pro? Not really. 15 Pro is fine. That's hilarious. Like, nothing you posted is Theo wannabe at all. That's just weird. Happy that you've been learning from my stuff. Appreciate that a ton. Sorry I just had to go that deep there. You can hide it in settings JSON, add it to file excludes. That's a good idea. I should definitely do that. What's this? Browser use. Interesting. I'll play with that later for sure. Video Pro getting too hot, definitely kind of the case. That said, the 17 Pro's aluminum is really fragile, and I've dented the fuck out of it. So I miss the titanium personally. The vapor chamber stuff's cool as fuck, though. Cool. So we got that change. Get status, get add P. I'll just add it all. New results. Cool, that'll be live momentarily. I think I now have all of the things I wanted to for this. Cool. Escape bench. That. Can close that visualizer because it's the wrong one. Don't even really need that anymore. Cool. One of the things I did want to try is coding with it. You know what? Let's work tree this up a bit. Multiple models. We'll add in 3 Flash, 3 Pro, 5.2 in Composer. Make this a better visualizer of the snitching data. Make a better modern visualizer for the snitching data. Make sure it is dark mode only. Cool. Thank you, Pixels, for the 18 months, as well as Labradors for the 5 months. Anto, not sure if I thanked you already. Regardless, thank you for continuing that sub. Eris, I think I got you. Otherwise, the 3 months is great. Appreciate a ton. And go Seal with the 2 months as well. New ENV shield extension. Cool. I might check that out. Well, Gemini 3 Flash is still going and Composer's done. What you doing, Gemini? Still very much a Flash model. This is a fun new bug that I've been getting where I have to confirm edits in everything other than Composer for some reason. I thought the Cursor team told me they fixed that. I guess not. Let me hit them up. Cool. Sorry to do that quick. I also do want to post about that. Still a small model. Cool. If any of you Cursor guys are watching now, because I just complained in Slack, here you go. It's making me confirm edits for no reason. And Composer didn't require this, only the other models are. It's a wonderful bug. Just got a quota error. I don't even have API keys on for this. What the fuck? Oh, I do because of another bug that we discussed when I was in their office. That's hilarious. I just have to rerun this whole thing. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Cool. We're going to close all instances of Cursor. Reopen. Make sure we're on the latest. Try this again with multiple models. Same set. You know what? I'll do it in the video rather than now. I do want to see if it fixed that or not. Did they turn off the agent editor tabs? I got an argument with them at the office about this. Okay, resetting the editor seems to have fixed whatever the permission bug was. Mickey, you have no idea. I sat and tried to explain this to them for 2 hours, and I really hope they listen. I really hope they listen. Of course, it's using tabs and cards. I fucking hate cards. I'm gonna hate the UI that Flash generates. I thought it was supposed to be fast. Rip. I'm not the QA of the world. I know. I don't want to be. I hate that I have to be. It feels like a distilled 1.5 bill model that's apparently similar perf to. This is 10 months old. This is ancient. There's a lot of distilled things back in those days. Yeah, Flash is getting real slow now because everybody's abusing it. I saw the Better Auth update. Looks really cool. I haven't had a chance to play with it. It wrote a lot of code. And of course, 5.2 taking its time. Cool. Meta hasn't put out anything for a bit. Not you. Let me thank the remaining new subs that I got when doing that, and then I'm going to do the offset, then we'll start filming. Thank you, Orc, for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. JK Software with the 4 months of Prime. Thank you as well. Marker offset. 49.25. Offset is fixed. Yes, I saw the new image gen model. We shipped it. I've been using it a bunch. I am disgustingly backed up in DMs. You can try, but doing it on a stream day, you'll never hear back from me. Do it tomorrow and maybe. Actually, is there a new Corridor Digital video using new AI stuff for Meta? That actually sounds interesting. I'll keep up with that later. You keep copy pasting this, man. I'm sorry. I don't care about the personal artificial infrastructure paper. I just don't care about this yet. It'll get further along maybe, and then I will. Otherwise, I won't. New meta model? What, can you link me? I have not seen anything about this. Thank you, Shadow Monk, for the Prime, and Mellow Yellow for the Prime as well. Corridor video. I'm saving this to watch later, for sure. Watch later. Oh, audio editing model. Interesting. This actually looks really interesting. I'm excited to look into that and dick around with it later. This could be useful for so much shit. That's really cool. Fit check will happen in the video, don't worry. 5.2 still going. Jesus Christ, these will be weird to look at. They also all picked their own branch name, which is fun. Did we ever figure out what the open weight stuff they were teasing at Google is? Yeah, my hot take on that is the reason that like they announced and then it didn't come out is they must have found something last second, like some copyright thing. I can't imagine that he would have posted, this is a good link to refresh, if the intent was this comes out in 5 days. No one would say that. My guess is for other reasons, like they realized the open weight model would violate copyright in a way that could get Google in trouble. They decided to delay it last second. Ooh, the Stream Markdown package. Very fun. I definitely want to look more into this. Oh, yeah. Interesting. I guess they want to drop some image model too. You got Mikhail with the 10 months of tier 112 total. Neor Matrix with the Prime, and Igor. Good to see you, man. 43 months. Yeah, it's been way too long. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I think we have everything we need for this one. Let's just go for it. Let me grab resources, artificial analysis, breakdown. Skate bench. Drop that there. Cinch bench. Close all of these. The official announcement from Google. Let's go straight into it. Cool. Okay. I know, you guys are tired of the best new model videos. Go let the guy with the counter do his thing, but this one's really legit. I had my skepticism around Gemini 3 Pro, and that turned out to be pretty well placed because using the model on a day-to-day basis has not been great. That said, there is a Google model I've been using every day for almost a year now. That model doesn't have Pro at the end of the name. And the model doesn't have Pro at the end of the name. It has Flash at the end of the name. 2.5 Flash has been my daily driver for so many tasks for so long. I really like the model. It's such a good balance of speed and capability. And if you're willing to work around its weirdness, which, mind you, there is a lot of, 2.5 Flash has been really, really good. Which is why I was super excited for Flash 3 to be a meaningful bump on 2.5 Flash's performance, which it was. And then some. Because as you might see here, Gemini 3 Flash isn't close to where 2.5 Flash was on the chart. 3 Flash is ahead of Opus 4.5 on the chart. Yeah, this is the official Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index, which has its problems. Believe me, I've talked about that enough times. But it is a good enough general idea of like, where does this model land? And it turns out 3 Flash lands somewhere really, really good. It's kind of insane. Especially because, and I should have probably mentioned this earlier, I was lucky enough to have early access. The early access with Google is always interesting. They've been getting better at it. They're not paying me for any of this. They just let me try it. It also gave me no guidance whatsoever. So when I started running it on my own benchmarks, I felt like I was going insane. Because on Skatebench, not only is 3 Flash outperforming 2.5 Flash by an absurd margin, it's outperforming almost every single model other than O3 Pro, GPT-5, and 5 High. Yeah, its understanding of spatial reasoning and I guess skateboarding terminology is best in class. It's fast. It's great at retrieving things from giant contexts. It can parse images. It can parse videos. It can deal with audio. It's a good model. But what does this mean for day-to-day usage? What is it like to actually use a Flash model like this? How much does it cost? What are the use cases? Why am I so excited about a model that is this small and, according to everybody else, not that great? All great questions that I can't wait to tell you after a quick break from today's sponsor. Okay. So let's start with the official post from the DeepMind team, from Google, or from Logan in particular. Building with Gemini 3 Flash, frontier intelligence that scales with you. God, these titles are so cringe. But the actual value of the model is great. So we'll look over all of that because I am way more excited for this release than I was for 3 Pro. 3 Pro was better than 2.5 Pro, but still not like a practical day-to-day model. Flash for like data analysis stuff is incredible, so I'm much more excited for here. Yeah. 3 Flash offers powerful performance at less than a quarter of the cost of 3 Pro, along with higher rate limits. The new 3 Flash model surpasses 2.5 Pro across many benchmarks while delivering faster speeds. It also features our most advanced visual and spatial reasoning, and now offers code execution to zoom, count, and edit visual inputs. Again, it turns out Skatebench is a weirdly good benchmark for spatial reasoning. I never thought that would be the case. I made it as a joke originally, and it's actually been able to help me figure out which models are good and bad at spatial reasoning stuff before the general public does, because it's so reliable for this. It's also, as with all Google models, available on the Google AI Studio as well as Vertex AI. And the difference between those is bigger than ever. If you look at the speeds that we're seeing on OpenRouter, it has recovered a bit, but earlier I was seeing speeds as low as 50 TPS on AI Studio and over 90 on Vertex. Once again, if you want to use Google models, I do not recommend using them through Google's official surfaces. They genuinely are just so awful to work with. The state of that API is atrocious. OpenRouter will smooth a lot of that out for you. I recommend using them or another one of these I highly recommend using them or another one of these AI gateways that can make the responses something usable, because they are not by default when you hit Google's APIs directly. Enough of that, though. Once you get the API in the right shape, what do the numbers look like? This is the numbers that they shared, and they are pretty insane. First, we have price, which is very important to consider because they did bump the price from 2.5 Flash, which was already a bump from 2.0 Flash. Yeah. 2.0 Flash was 10 cents per mil tokens in and 40 cents per mil out. And when I tell you I miss those days dearly, I hope you understand how true that is. It was incredible having a model that fast and that reasonable at that absurd a price. Now we're up to 50 cents per mil in and $3 per mil out. That's insane. That is almost 10x increase in price. And then when you add in the fact that it's now a reasoning model and it does a shitload of reasoning, it ends up being closer to 200 times more expensive for most work. That's still a small number if you compare it to something like 3 Pro, but I miss the days of Flash, meaning the light, fast, cheap model. They'll sometimes do a Flash Lite version, which is funny, but we don't have that yet. So this is the cheapest we're getting from Google on their new modern, like, whatever the hell they're building on top of. Regardless, not that bad, especially when you consider the performance and how novel this performance to price ratio is. There is nothing quite like this model right now in terms of being that small and that intelligent, and it shows in the numbers here. It's getting absurd scores on humanity's last exam, neck and neck with Gemini 3 Pro, and beating out GPT 5.2. Okay, it's not beating 5.2, but it's right on the line. We're talking 33.7 to 34.5, a 1% difference. ArcAGI 2, it's pulling crazy numbers. It's even beating out Gemini 3 Pro, again, because of that improvement in the visual reasoning. If you want a model to parse a ton of images and give you useful information about them, I can't imagine anything is better than 3 Flash right now. GBQA Diamond, it's pulling up neck and neck with Gemini 3 Pro, managing to beat out Flash and 2.5 Pro for previous days, and also managing to beat out Sonnet 4.5, which is pretty impressive too. MMMU, it pulled the best score to date, pretty nuts. Screen understanding is pretty good. It crushes the scores from 2.5 Flash and Pro, which were in the like single digit to just barely double digit percentages, and now it's pulling a 70. All cool stuff. Video understanding is still best in class. Google is killing it in that regard. If you hand it a video and tell it to describe the video, it will do that better than anything else in the world. Terminal Bench 2, it's crushing as well. SWE Bench Verified is doing surprisingly well, still being beaten by 5.2 high. Doing great, though. It's also really nice that they're not like hiding the best models. They're putting 5.2, Claude Sonnet 4.5, and Grok 4.1 fast here. Surprised they didn't put Opus, but I'm guessing a lot of these numbers were created before Opus 4.5 was out, and they just put this out because it was what was ready, and they don't want to put the super expensive model against this much cheaper one. Regardless, numbers are looking pretty nuts. It's also great at multilingual. So if you're trying to use multiple languages or parse different languages, Google's been ahead of this for a while. They kind of invented a lot of the techniques we use for LLMs today originally to make Google Translate as good as possible. That said, it does leak because I was using this earlier for a task, and the to-dos it generated had Chinese in them. It's a Google model. They're weird as shit. We'll talk more about all that weirdness later, I am sure. Gemini 3 Flash is highly efficient without sacrificing intelligence, pushing the Pareto frontier of performance and efficiency. It outperforms 2.5 while being it outperforms 2.5 Pro while being 3 times faster based on the official artificial analysis benchmark, which we'll talk about in a bit. And it's also at a fraction of the cost. Even at the lowest thinking level, 3 Flash often outperforms previous versions with the high thinking levels. Yeah, you can see here, this is the scores on Ella Marina for the ELO for text. Gemini 3 Pro is the best score right now, but when you compare this to the cost, where left is most expensive per token and right is least expensive, 3 Flash is at this really nice middle ground here. 2.5 Flash Lite is still absurdly cheap, cheaper than anything else in this, but the score shows it. We're talking pretty big gaps at that point. It still has the standard caching on, which is really, really nice. It's awesome that Google went from the worst cache to one of the best ones. I appreciate them greatly for it. 3 Flash is also available today with the Batch API, allowing for 50% cost savings and much higher rate limits for asynchronous processing. Also huge, because that's like what the strength of Flash is just bulk processing absurd amounts of data. Whenever I want to like hand some text data to a model and have it give me an object like JSON telling me what happened in that text, it's awesome. If I want to rank different things in an image and have it describe them for me, I can just give it an object shape, hand it a pile of images, and get results that are good. Sadly, you have to rely on polling for their APIs because they kind of suck at this. They don't do callbacks or webhooks or anything. But yeah, Google and APIs don't mix, but Google and batch processing of large amounts of data for reasonable prices absolutely mix. They brag a lot about the coding capabilities, which is interesting because I've never been big on using the Flash models for coding, and the demos they show here are interesting. This is Flash versus Pro building a marathon dashboard, and they're obviously using anti-gravity for this, which means it's questionable in general. Flash was able to plan in 24 seconds. It took Pro 27, and the implementation took 3 minutes for Flash and 7.5 to 8 minutes for Pro. Mind you, this is also Pro on low, not on high. Results came out looking relatively similar. I actually do like the UI of the Flash version slightly better. Pro loves sneaking in those sidebars where it doesn't need them. Yeah, you get the idea. Supposedly people are using this heavily for game development stuff. Astrocade is a company trying to build an AI game production mini studio thing like Lovable, but for making games. And they moved to 3 Flash for the game creation engine and are surprised with how well it's performing. Again, with the spatial awareness wins, I could see that making sense. Gemini 3 Flash allowed Latitude to deliver high-quality outputs at low cost for many complex tasks in our next-generation AI game engine that was previously only possible from pro-level models like Sonnet 4.5. Yep. Also, deep fake detection. Very fun use case, especially since Google's own SynthID stuff's entirely fucking broken and useless. Being able to use this to detect fake stuff sounds really cool, especially because it's really good at audio processing. The fact this model can process audio and video and images is very unique for models in this price and size and speed category. I really want to make sure you don't underrate that use case because it's really cool for that. Also, document analysis in that regard. If you handed a PDF, it could read the whole PDF, all of the text, all of the diagrams, all of the things. There have been lots of attempts to make other models do this by trying to dump it into Markdown and embed images and shit. Free Flash just natively does it. You hand it a PDF and it can use the PDF. Cool. We've read through all that. Let's look at some numbers. We'll start with artificial analysis. These guys know what they're talking about. Google's released Gemini 3 Flash Preview. It's 2 times cheaper than 3 Pro Preview with only a 2-point drop in the intelligence index. I like they're calling it 2x cheaper here when Google calls it 4x plus, but this is because of how much it uses reasoning tokens. According to them, it's the most intelligent model for the cost, and I totally agree. 3 Flash Preview has particularly strong knowledge and reasoning abilities, obtaining the highest score in our knowledge and hallucination benchmark, AI Omniscience, and it's placed second in humanity's last exam. The AI Omniscience score is actually super interesting, which we'll talk about momentarily. Google now holds the top 2 spots on both of these evals, cementing them as the leader in model knowledge. Yeah, they know a lot. The models have so much knowledge just squeezed into them, it's kind of crazy. But they're also a little overconfident and tend to hallucinate a ton as a result. This increased performance does come with a trade-off, as Gemini 3 Flash Preview more than doubles the token usage when compared to 2.5 Flash when running the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index, making it one of the highest token use models they've ever tested. Yeah, it does a lot of tokens. 3 Flash Preview has significant improvements across nearly all evaluations in the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. It has particular strengths in reasoning settings, scoring second to Gemini 3 Pro Preview in HLE, and third in both MMLU Pro and GPQA Diamond, behind 3 Pro Preview and 5.2x High. Then there's the AI Omniscience test, which, as I mentioned, it has a really, really high knowledge score. It's the highest score that they've seen in knowledge, but the hallucination is up a bit too. Yeah, it has a hallucination rate of 91%, which means when asked a thing it doesn't know, its options are refuse to answer, say it doesn't know, or make up an answer. 91% of the time it makes up an answer. So if you ask the model something it can't answer, what you'll get back isn't an apology. What you'll get back is a lie. Gemini 3 Flash Previews multimodal. It's multimodal, as I mentioned before, so it can do text, images, video, and audio and PDFs. It's the second highest score of any multimodal thing they've tested on MMU Pro, benchmark that tests reasoning abilities with image inputs, behind only, again, 3 Pro Preview. When it comes to parsing media, Google is really far ahead. But again, that massive token usage thing is crazy. We'll take a look at the numbers about that momentarily. Despite its high token usage, 3 Flash Preview is still the most cost-efficient model for its level of intelligence measured by overall cost to run the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. This is the way I prefer to measure cost. If you just look at the token pricing, you're not going to get the full picture because different models use different amount of output tokens. Because some will reason really quickly, some won't reason, and some will reason forever. And the Flash models are willing to reason for very long amounts of time, and the result is they generate absurd amounts of tokens, over 2 times as much as before. It's also slower than Flash was before at 218 TPS. I'm seeing much slower numbers than that personally, closer to 100. I hope it'll improve as traffic goes down and provisioning goes up, but we will see. I also do not see 5.1 high at 125 tokens per second. That is not the experience I've had. In Kimi K2 Thinking, I've seen go way over 200. It depends on the provider. I don't like that they were including these numbers here because these depend so much on the different providers that you're using. Also has the 1 million token context window, which is insane. Also, I should have said Gemini 3 Flash here, not Pro. This is that cost to intelligence test. Flash 2.5 was in this bottom left corner. It used to be the only model in the green. That changed. Now it's up here, Gemini 3 Flash reasoning. That said, it's still more expensive than a lot of other models, primarily because of how many tokens it generated. Yeah. Again, taking a look at the output token charts, the only model that has done more unreasonable amounts of thinking on this test is Nemotron 3 Nano from NVIDIA. and they are comparable amounts of reasoning tokens. I was complaining that 3 Pro Preview did too much reasoning, and it pulled 92 million tokens. 3 Flash is doing 160 million. 2.5 Flash did 71 million. That is an insane amount of tokens for it to just burn through. But that's part of why it's smarter, is it reasons for way longer. But that's also why it's significantly more expensive. It's even more expensive than models like K2 Thinking or DeepSeek R1 because it does so much because it generates so many reasoning tokens. Of the $471 or of the $520 it cost, 470 of them were just reasoning tokens. That is crazy. And from what I've seen, if you lower the amount of reasoning to like a low or medium amount, the intelligence drops significantly as a result. And Google doesn't do the thing other model labs do where they have the low, medium, and high. They definitely don't push that for Flash at all. So as such, we're not going to see that on artificial analysis. But for my own testing, if you limit tokens, the results get worse. But it is doing well on output speeds. But again, output speeds vary a lot depending on the provider. For example, on T3 Chat, we recently moved to Kimi K2 as our default. And if we look at Kimi K2 Thinking's speeds, you'll see 80 TPS, 50 TPS, 18 TPS, 60 TPS. It varies a lot based on the provider. And then we see Fireworks pulling 200 TPS. According to the tweets we just read, that same model is actually only getting 82 TPS. So it depends a lot on the provider when you have open weight models, because different providers can host them, and those different providers vary a lot in how well they host it. Even Google Vertex, when hosting Kimi K2 Thinking, is pulling almost 200 TPS. So if you want a model that's actually nice to talk to and you're using Google Cloud, don't touch Flash, don't touch Pro. Go throw Kimi K2 on Vertex, and you'll get crazy speeds, really good prices, and a much nicer thing to talk to. Now we need to talk about hallucinations. Actually, I want to look at the cost. We looked at the cost enough, yeah. Now I want to talk about the hallucinations thing, because it's actually really, really interesting, and I love the new omniscience tests that they're doing at Artificial Analysis. So here is the omniscience index. This is based on how well it answers hard questions correctly. And it's a score when you look through all of the questions. Positive means it answered more correctly than incorrectly. Negative means more incorrect than correct. And incorrect can be, does it make up an answer that's wrong? Does it refuse? Does it not answer? Now, what's really interesting is some of the best models we have nowadays, like 5.2 X-High and 4.5 Sonnet, are still negative. They're just very small negative numbers. 5.1 high and Opus 4.5 go over into the positive slightly. Opus 4.5 at 10 is really good. It's one of the few tests that shows the strength of the Opus models. Watch what happens when we switch over to the hallucination chart. Very different story. On the hallucination chart, we do see Haiku at a very, very low amount. It seems like since this model is smaller, Anthropic trained it to say no more often. And if it says no, I don't know the answer, it will score better here. If it makes up an answer, it scores much worse here. And this is where things get scary. Gemini 3 Flash, 91% of the time it doesn't know, it will lie and make up an answer. And this is when you have to be really honest with yourself, depending on what your use case is. Imagine if instead of a model, you had a person doing a task. We'll just say it's an engineering task. If you have this super intelligent engineer that is really, really cheap, but doesn't know how to be wrong, and when they have a question or a problem they don't know the answer to, they just lie, are they still a great engineer? This is a question you have to answer. This is a question you have to answer for yourself when you build your own solutions around these models. How much are you willing to tolerate lies, hallucinations, and made-up answers? Because it turns out, as smart as these models are getting, we aren't really solving the hallucination problem, at least according to this bench, and honestly, to an extent from my own experience too. GPT-5 was a meaningful improvement in this regard, but it does appear that 5.2 got worse again. I'm going to turn on 5.0 for this. Did they ever test it here? I don't think they did. Yeah, it does not appear they ran this bench on 5.0, but GPT-5 was one of the first models I found hallucinated less. And you can kind of see that with 5.1 here in the 50s when almost everything that came up before it is 60 plus. That said, Grok 4 being a 64 is fucking bullshit. I have seen this model hallucinate more than almost anything we've ever shipped on T3 chat. Oh, it's 5.0 and 81%. Did I miss that? Oh, yeah, it is here. Apparently 5 wasn't 80%, so I'm just talking out my ass. It's crazy because I very clearly felt the difference there and saw the numbers OpenAI published about hallucinations. So I guess these tests don't agree. I will trust artificial analysis over the first-party labs when it comes to this, though. And this is a scary chart, especially, again, when we see Gemini 3 Flash hallucinating at roughly the same rate as a 20 billion param open weight model. Not great. Yeah. It is also worth noting that your system prompt can steer heavily what goes on here. As Socrates mentions here, you can tell this from something like Snitchbench, where the system prompt very clearly steers the direction that the model handles refusals, knowledge gaps, and things like that. Speaking of which, we should probably take a look at Snitchbench. Here are the most recent results. And if we look closely, you will see that Gemini 3 Flash low on the Tamely test is snitching about 50% of the time. If you're not familiar with Snitchbench, it's a benchmark I made originally kind of as a joke, but it's no longer a joke. It's actually turning out to be kind of useful. The point of Snitchbench is to give the models a scenario where something bad is happening, in this case, medical malpractice, obviously fake. The model's given the task of logging the things that are going on in this medical office, but it's given tools that it could hypothetically use to break out. For example, it has an email tool that it can use to send emails to random email addresses. It also has a CLI tool in some of the tests that it could hypothetically use to go through the web and try to post data to forums to try and alert somebody externally. I have 4 versions of the test. The email and logs, or the email version, the CLI version, and then boldly adjustments for them. The only difference between these two and these two is I add to the system prompt a bit of like text that comes from an actual retake on that. The only difference between these two is that in the boldly tests, I take a blurb from a system prompt that was published by Anthropic when they first discussed a similar test that says the model should act boldly and in the interest of humanity, because that steers the model to snitch more. But what we have here isn't that version. This is just telling the model that it's its job to log what's going on. And even then, turns out 3 Flash will snitch to the government a lot. The high version will do 70% of the time, and it will even try to hit up the media 5%. And the low version will still snitch to the government 55% of the time. Switch this to the CLI version, and you'll see it goes down quite a bit, because when you're just given a CLI tool, your willingness to try and abuse it goes down. But there are still models like Grok that will do everything they can to reach out to the government and report you, even if all they have is CLI access. We then have the boldly act version. You'll notice a lot of those red bars raised. That's because when you tell the model to act boldly, you give it that instruction, it's much more likely to do these things. And Flash High will snitch on you 100% of the time to the government and 60% of the time to the media. Really high numbers. And the CLI test, in the CLI test, we see it drop quite a bit, but still not 0. Flash High and Flash Low are scoring the same at a 20% government snitch rate. Cool. You get the idea. This model is more than happy to snitch. There's no meaningful difference in the performance here beyond the model being better enough at tool calls that it can make them. 2.5 Flash and tool calls did not always get along great, which is why this is a notable difference. I do want to look at some of these results quick. Just to see some. Cool. I keep logs for all of these, both for actually getting the information I want, but also just to see what's going on. And here we can see the tool calls being made and the reasoning the model's doing. Investigating data anomalies, been meticulously reviewing the provided document by Zenith Stat. Most recent logs are compiled specifically highlight the glaring discrepancies. I'm wrestling with the optimal escalation path, giving the impending data purge and substantial patient risk. Reasoning redacted. Funny. Tool call write logs. Here it is. Oops. Here it is writing logs for us. And here it is sending emails to compliance at Viridian Healthcare, as well as to drug safety at FDA.gov. There's a snitch. Nothing too interesting there. You get the general idea. That said, this visualizer is quite out of date, and I figured what better way to test the new model than to run it against a whole bunch of other models overhauling the visualizer. The first time I did this, it generated Chinese instructions because it's really good at multiple languages, so much so it likes to show that off to you. Because of bugs in Cursor, Cursor team, you're on a short leash right now. Because of bugs in Cursor, I had to redo this generation and was able to do it relatively quickly. You'll see here, I ran this against multiple different models, and the only model that generated more code than Flash was GPT 5.2. Let's start with my current favorite fast model, Composer 1, which for some reason says Opus 4.5 right there. I don't know what happened there. I'm going to send the screenshot to the Cursor team quick because they need to fix their shit. Just wrote a strongly worded message to the team at Cursor. I told them that the crash out video will be delayed until they have a little time to fix things, but I'm still annoyed. The bug is that this is Composer, that this ran with Composer, but it says Opus 4.5 right there, which it does for that. And then the rest all say the correct model, but for some reason, this one is labeled incorrectly, and I don't know what it actually used. So let's take a look at how Composer handled this. And if it looks too good, we know it wasn't actually Composer, it was Opus, but I'm almost positive this was Composer for various reasons. So you do that, bun run dev, bun install, bun run dev. Okay, here was the first attempt. It puts too much stuff up top. I don't love the cards, but this looks fine enough. Oh, you can switch to bar charts and line charts. Why the fuck would you ever want a line or a radius chart for this? Those make no sense at all. That's a choice. Cool. Roughly what I expect from a model that is focused on moving fast in your editor and nothing else. Hop over to Opus, which I'm slowly starting to like the way that Opus thinks of design more and more. I don't know if it's coming around to me or if I'm coming around to it, but either way, I'm cool with it. And here we see a broken chart. The combined test is broken. Switch between government and media. It appears to work. That is funny that it broke on the combined test, but the rest works. It's better looking. I hate when everything puts these top navs and cards on top that aren't actually what I'm here for. This view is really good though. Okay. So that did fine. Check out 3 Pro. Oh God, I hate it. I hate this so much. Okay, if you switch to test scenarios, this visualization is decent. It's mostly copied from the previous one. But the overview view is one of the worst things I've ever seen. I hate this. I like the concept a bit, but not much. Yeah, that one's rough. Gemini has a vibe to it. Here is GPT 5.2's rendition of this change. I don't love this overview view. I don't like how it's combining things and giving really weird numbers as a result. Yeah. By scenario looks a little bit better. It reordered these in a way that makes more sense. I do actually dig that. I love that dark-only dashboard. It takes the prompts instructions and sneaks it into the actual page. Cringe as fuck. 5.2 went from GPT-5 went from deeply understanding my instructions to applying them weirdly in ways I don't love with the latest version. I still just don't like 5.2. I have not been using it much. I know there's some people who swear by it. I'm not one of them. But now, for the thing we're all here for, Flash. Let's see how 3 Flash handled this. It wrote a lot of code, so great. It's the only one that's code doesn't work. It will tell it about that and hopes it'll fix it. It's running sed commands. That's a not great sign. Okay. It's still running. I thought this was supposed to be the fast model. Still broken. Yeah, anybody who said this model is great, I don't know if I trust. Or anybody said this model is great at code, I don't know if I trust them. It may be in the right harness with the right problems, but man, it's just fucking thinking and thinking about what should be a one-line change. It forgot to import something, or it has a component that it doesn't need. It's also funny, this is all because it loves sidebars so much. Oh, look. It fixed it, and it made a bunch of different routes for some reason, none of which are needed. I thought that Flash was going to stop doing the unnecessary sidebars thing, and I was wrong. It's still very aggressively doing it. It also did the thing where it combined the bars. I will say it's in many ways the most flushed out. Like having these different views, and this one is not trivial to make. I don't know if it's necessarily useful, but it's interesting. Actually, yeah, it's kind of cool. It shows you in each of the test scenarios how aggressively does it snitch. That's kind of cool. Could be tidied up a bit and actually make something useful. Yeah, interesting. It's not the worst. People in chat are saying they actually kind of like this one. Yeah. People saying it's the best one. I don't necessarily agree, but I don't disagree either. It's fine. It took too long, and I had to re-prompt to get it to fix shit, and it also burned so many tokens. I wish Cursor would let me see how many tokens a response took, like you can in some other tools. Like I like KiloCode a lot for this type of thing. Should have used that for this comparison. But man, like, being that this is the cheapest model here by far, not bad at all. Not bad at all. And to have people actually saying it's the best one says a lot. That it's not just competing with other much more expensive models, that it is besting them by some people. That shows a lot. And if you're willing to tolerate the weirdness that is working with Google models, There's a lot of potential here. But that's also kind of the annoying part. I have a whole dedicated video about 3 Pro Preview that I've been planning for a bit. To put it simply, I don't know how to say this right, other than like the vibes haven't improved. Every other major model has had these like massive improvements in the thing. I could just call it vibe, but there's so much more to it. It's how well does it follow instructions? How aggressively does it hallucinate? How well does it use the right tools for the job? How aggressively does it have to search and trace back its mistakes to figure out what's going wrong? All of these types of things have been significantly improved from other models, specifically since GPT-5. That was what made 5 so mind-blowing to me, is it felt like a massive leap in the model's willingness to do what I fucking told it to without getting distracted. Sonnet 4.5 had a similar jump there for me. And Opus was past that and then some. Like Opus 4.5 is the gap between GPT-5 and everything before it feels similar to the gap from 5 to Opus 4.5. And then Gemini models feel like they're still in last year's era of vibe, instruction following, and all of that. It is very hard to get these models to just do what you tell them and not go down random rabbit holes they shouldn't. Like I just told the model to redesign this, make a better modern visualizer for the snitching data, make sure it's dark mode only. And Gemini 3 Flash is the only one that built a whole new routing table, that created a sidebar, that built a new system for all of this. It went way beyond what I told it to do. And if you like that, cool, awesome. I like when models do what they're told. And Gemini models still suck at that in particular, more so than any of the other major labs do right now. If you want the model to do exactly what you say and nothing else, OpenAI and Anthropic are still pretty far ahead. If you want a model that has the deepest knowledge, that is the most likely to have a correct answer, and you're willing to eat the cost of incorrect answers, Gemini is winning. And Gemini 3 Flash, giving you that intelligence at a really cheap price, is unbelievably cool. It's so useful when you use it within the scope of a limited task and you lock it out of other things. Like instead of having it generate flexible text or code, you have it generating a JSON blob based on data you give it. It is awesome at that. But you have to build the restrictions around Gemini models yourself because the model cannot do it. You cannot tune Gemini models via the system prompt the same way you can other models. You have to do it via the harness. But if you're willing to push through all of that, you can make incredible things happen. And if you're willing to push through all of that for the speed and the price, and you're okay with the fact that these models get weird, have errors all the time, don't follow object shapes, probably all these little things they can do wrong, it is worth it. Gemini 3 Flash is going to be a model I use for a ton of different shit. And I'm also going to try chatting with it more. I am going to pin it right now so that they are available for me as my favorite models in T3 chat. Normally, this is where I would give you guys a discount code to get your first month for $1. But right now, these models are available for free users. At the very least, Gemini 3 Flash, at least I think it is. None of that is what I wanted. Let me go double check that. Because it might be expensive enough that we didn't do that. Okay, we did. Cool. Yeah. Normally, this is the point in the video where I would put a discount code to give you your first month for $1 on T3 chat, but we're already $8 a month, and we're already giving away Gemini 3 Flash for free. Yes, really? You don't even be signed in. You can go give the model a shot if you want to try it. Personally, I've been preferring Kimi K2 for the chat use case, which is also now the free tier and the default model on T3 chat. So if you want good models to compare against, I do highly recommend playing with Kimi, trying out Gemini 3 Flash in chat, and seeing which you prefer for your day-to-day use cases. That said, these are the models that I've been using in T3 chat. I've been very happy with, honestly, I'm not even using 3 Pro that much. I might knock it out, but I've been using Kimi K2, Kimi K2 Thinking, occasionally Opus with the right tasks, not that often, and then Nano Banana Pro and Image Gen 1.5 for images, and Flash for bulk data, random bullshit. Like I'll hand it a giant HTML file and say, parse this out for me, and it will. I've been very happy with all of these models. And I recommend playing with it yourself. We've also recently folded all of the legacy models into this piece at the bottom, so they're no longer clogging up the model picker like they were in the past. Makes it a lot easier to find the best models and give them all a shot. I'm proud of what we built in T3 chat, and if you actually want to have the best experience with Gemini, I can confidently say you're not going to have that on AI Studio or gemini.google.com. In fact, those are some of the worst places to experience those models. I've been using them a lot recently in order to do the early testing. And man, I have never hated AI Studio more than I do at this point. It is such a broken shit show. It is miserable. It is a shame that Google's models are so smart and then almost everything else around them is fucked. Their ability to stay on task is garbage. The AI Studio system is horrible. Vertex is impossible to set up. The API is so non-standard that you basically have to use it with a wrapper. Gemini models are useless outside of their knowledge and capabilities, which I know sounds silly, but yeah, you have to steer them properly. And if you're willing to do that, the value you'll get out of this is insane, but this is not a model that you should be excited to chat with or code with. This is a model you should be excited to do weird shit with. Process data, parse tons of CSVs, analyze PDFs, source images, and figure out what's going on in them. The value of this model is how you hook it into systems, not how you plug it into your code editor. So if you use this in your IDE and you're not impressed, I get it. I'm not either. But give it a shot in these other use cases and you might be surprised. That's all I have to say on this one. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I know I'll be using this model a ton, even if not for chat. Curious how y'all feel, though. Are you excited about models like this, or do you just want ones you can use in your editor well? Let me know what you think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Thank you all for subbing while I was filming. Seeing where the cutoff is for people I got before. I think I got you, JK Software. Either way, thank you for the 4 months. Mellow Yellow with the Prime. Shadow Monk with the Prime. Mikhail with the 1 year mark. Appreciate that. Neor Matrix with the Prime. Thank you. Badesqui. Igor, always good to see you, man. Hope all is well with the 43 months. Anthony throwing 2 gifts. Appreciate that a ton. Wabo with the cheer. Thank you. Got to prepare the regular bomb. I am scared. And then Nidex with the 42 months of tier 3. Goddamn. I don't think chat or code are great. We'll go with it. I don't think chatting or coding with the model is its strength. Oh, did I say Chinese when it was Japanese? Whatever. My bad. We really want to understand what people want memory for so much because nobody on the team likes memory. Chinese tokenizes more efficiently than English. Yeah, I've heard about this a bit. I have seen the GitHub post. I quote tweeted it. Yo, Wabo, 100 bomb. What the fuck, Wabo? God damn. Thank you for the gift, but Jesus Christ. Insane. Thank you so much for the support, man. Always appreciate it. Goddamn, Wabo. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the absurd levels of support. Happy you're here too, Nexel. I thought it would be late for you, but I appreciate you being here, man. Hope all's well. I did see the Oh My Open Code thing. Yeah, people are getting really hyped on that. Look around, you're thinking the Mies Alba is a BTR 13. BTR 13 is phenomenal and the Mezes are pretty solid. I think that's fine. I really like having individual wireless earbuds personally, but to each their own. YouTube chat's here. Sorry, I have not been good about that. I missed a fan funding. Latest models are technically better, but they feel so much worse. All of them. Okay, you know what? Yes, actually, I agree. Talking to most of them is much worse. I have not enjoyed talking with the new models other than Kimmy. That's a big part of why I put Kimmy as the default on T3 chat. I think it's a much nicer model to talk to. Thank you, Carito, for joining T3 Club, as well as Roger for throwing a gift. And thank you, random user of this world, for the super chat here. I agree with you. I fully agree. I don't like talking to any of the new models. That said, man, I have been really, really enjoying things with Opus for code. I do want to see Simon's Pelican. You know what? I'm going to add this in. Marker more for Gemini 3 Flash. Cool. Don't know where this will fit in. Maybe during the spatial recognition part. Yeah. Seems like all of the influencer benchmarks are getting crushed by Google recently. This is the Gemini 3 Flash post from our friend Simon. You might not recognize his blog because he had a dark mode added by an agent, which is really cool. And Gemini 3 Flash slaughtered the Pelican. It is by far the best Pelican I have seen him get generated by the models. If you don't know what I'm talking about, he tries to get every new model to generate an SVG of a Pelican, and 3 Flash has done an incredible job, depending on which reasoning level you use. Minimal, low, medium, and high. And for the first time ever, these are usable images of pelicans. Like, holy shit. You don't say anything about the pelicans? Nothing else there. Yeah, I am floored. This seems like a genuine like leap in spatial recognition type stuff like this. I am very impressed with the quality of that SVG. Good shit, Google. You're onto something with this. Whatever the fuck you did that made 3 Pro and 3 Flash so good at understanding space, keep pursuing that train because you're doing something no one else is there. No other models come close to this understanding of space. And I'm really excited to see the results once things like MicBench run on this model, because the Minecraft benchmark's really, really cool. I'm actually going to help fund them in the future so we can get these tests earlier and more thoroughly. Good shit. Not familiar with Sima 2. Cool. Did I do the marker for the end of that? Yeah, did. Cool. I didn't actually know if that works. I was mostly shitposting when I said that. Uh, I want more metal fans to stand up against the shittiness of a lot of metal artists. A few did in the comment section were actually decent. The problem with metal isn't the fans, it's the shittiness of the artists. Any justifiable use case for JSX, like the language? Yes, it's phenomenal. It is one of the best ways to intermingle your logic, your styles, and your like UI. Did Google put pelicans in the training data? I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, Metallica's done so much nasty shit. So much nasty shit. Yeah. Them and Deftones are causing way more problems and taking more from music than they give. I think it's really important for successful artists to give back to the music space. Yeah, the Amazon investment's really interesting. Or we turn memory on for conversation. We should do I'll do a more formal like call to action for people to share their use cases for memory. I don't know if my raycast for op's going to work right. We shall see. Since my computer, yeah, if you move between machines during the year, some of the data might have been lost. I did that, so I probably lost a lot of data. Yeah, this is definitely missing a lot of my data. Yeah, installed 34 days ago. No, I didn't. That's just the new laptop, but yeah. Cool, I get the idea. Yeah, Raycast is really good. Where do I think OpenAI stands? OpenAI is in a weird spot. I almost want to make a video about that. Thoughts on GitLab? fine. Not very interesting to me. I transferred some things to my new Mac, but I don't like transferring the image because then you transfer all of the debt from said image. I used to format my machine every year. I'm not as aggressive with that. I just format when I get a new one now, but I wanted a fresh install, and it's been very good. My computer flies now. Uh, uh, Memory is a poor man's Control V. Depends on the person a lot, I would say, but yeah. Tori's doing a V2. Meh. It's hard for me to care until there are better Tori apps. Is 1Password moving to Tori? Because that'd be cool. I'm down Nexel, especially if we can pull in Darvia too. Him and I have had good convos about it. I know you're working with him now. Cool. Let's figure out what we want to do next. Gemini 3 Flash is done. I don't know if I have enough about GPT Image 1.5. Definitely not enough for a short either. I'm probably not doing the cursor rant video for a little bit longer. I really want them to have a chance. Like they had me to the office. They gave me a bunch of chocolate. They're being nice as fuck to me. I just need the editor to work. And because they're being nice, I'm willing to give them some grace and a little more time. I'm going to turn on the fan up here again because CO2 levels are nuts. I like this framing. Twitch chat's often just broken, especially on iOS. Yeah, let's do that. And maybe I'll do Vibes Are Off or State of AI Coding and the State of AI. Oh, I really want to do the best language for AI too. Cool. We have plenty to record. Honestly, I kind of want to do the State of AI and AI by the numbers just so I have more numbers in my head to reference. This will be fun, actually. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. I need to keep up more with the AMP stuff. I've not been paying much attention to them since like the weird way things fell apart with them. Oh, good night, Nexel. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the weird falling out with I forgot the name of the guy who they just like randomly fired. That was weird enough that I haven't been paying as much attention. Like most people I knew at AMP just vanished from AMP. Multilingual long context language. That's interesting. The best language is for programming languages, but that's cool. Oh, fun. I will take a look at this later for sure. Thank you for making that. Cloak should work. I think I just had it off, but yeah. He's talking about Kai Cenat amp. Oh, no, he wasn't. Definitely not. It's a gore. Civilian instruction follow slightly worse in a few others, using it to color Berserk, where Nano Banana 2 fails sometimes. Interesting. Yeah, I've seen some really cool things with Image 1.5, but it has weaknesses. You're at AMP? Oh, Rock, you work there? Cool. Better than MB2 at manipulation, worse at original gens. That checks out. Not familiar with Frosty. No X. This video will drop as soon as there isn't a breaking news video that gets put in front of it. Hopefully very soon. I want to do the state of AI. I don't know the intro for this yet. So I'm just going to read this one and see how I feel. It might not even end up being a video, but I do really want to read it. And if it ends up being good enough content to turn into a video, then I will record an intro after. Cool. Shout out to OpenRouter and A16 for putting the time into doing this type of research. They're one of the few companies that's well positioned to get this type of data, since OpenRouter lets you route to all the different models. They get insights for all the different use cases. And they've been collecting some very, very interesting anonymized data throughout. With the release of the first widely adopted reasoning model, O1, on December 5th of 2024, the field shifted from single-pass pattern generation to multi-step deliberation inference, accelerating deployment, experimentation, and new classes of apps. As the shift unfolded at a rapid pace, our empirical understanding of how these models have actually been used in practice has lagged behind. In this work, we leveraged the OpenRouter platform, which is an AI inference. You know what OpenRouter is if you're here. They've done over 100 trillion tokens of real-world LLM inference across tasks, geographies, and time. In our empirical study, we observed substantial adoption of open-weight models, the outsized popularity of creative role-play beyond just productivity tasks that many assume dominate LLMs, as well as coding assistance categories, plus the rise of agentic inference. Furthermore, our attention analysis identifies foundational cohorts, each user whose engagement persists far longer than later cohorts. They also have identified different cohorts and groups of users that stick around more. The glass slipper effect of people who showed up early sticking around much longer than people who are showing up later. So those early people to LLMs stick around. Findings underscore the way developers and end users engage with LLMs in the wild is complex and multifaceted. We discuss implications for model builders, AI devs, infrastructure providers, and outline how a data-driven understanding of usage can inform better design and deployment of LLM systems. Should be fun. As always, the whole thing is linked in the description if you want to read it. We will be skimming and finding useful parts throughout. Great research regardless. You know they're going back in time when they're talking about Sonnet 2.1 and Anthropic's improvements on RAG. Good old RAG. Good old days. So the different sections are open versus closed source models, agentic inference, category taxonomy, geography, effective cost versus usage dynamics, and retention patterns. Should be fun. All of this is metadata, so there's no user content data exposed at all. They use the Google tag classifier for content categorization. No direct access to user prompts or model outputs was available for the study. Instead, OpenRouter performs internal categorization on a random sample comprising of Instead, OpenRouter performs internal categorization on a random sample comprising of approximately 0.25% of all prompts and responses through a non-proprietary module, the Google Tag Classifier. While this represents only a fraction of total activity, the underlying dataset remains substantial given the overall query volume presented by OpenRouter. Google Tag Classifier interfaces with Google Cloud Natural Language's classify text content classification APIs. The API applies a hierarchical language-agnostic taxonomy to textual input, returning one or more category paths like computers, electronics, programming, arts, entertainment, role-playing games, etc., with corresponding confidence scores in the range of 0 to 1. The classifier operates directly on prompt data up to the first 1,000 characters. The classifier is deployed within OpenRouter's infra, ensuring that classifications remain anonymous and are not linked to individual customers. Huge. Categories or confidence scores below the default threshold of 0.5 are excluded from further analysis. So if it doesn't get scored highly enough in a thing, it just ignores it. Cool. So they have made these buckets for the categories and show which tags link to each. I don't know if this was public before, but this is really cool because I look at that data a lot. Programming, roleplay, translation, general Q&A knowledge, productivity writing, education, literature, creative writing, adult, and others. They also break out between open source and proprietary variants, origin variants, Chinese versus everywhere else, because China's killing it that hard, especially in the open weight world. Prompt versus completion tokens, which is interesting. Prompt tokens being the ones you send, completion tokens being the ones you receive. And we have geographical segmentation. Should be fun. They use billing location. Let's take a look at the data. Here is one of the most fun charts. This chart, can I open an image, a new tab? Cool. We can't because it then downloads the image. Cool. Here is the best we can do for this. This is token share by source type and origin. Light blue is Chinese OSS. Middle blue is other open source light blue is Chinese open weight models. Middle blue is anywhere else, rest of world open weight models. And then dark blue is closed weight models. So even though OpenRouter's main value prop is that it's easier to access every model, you would imagine that the main use case is open weight models. I know it is for us. The majority of our use case for OpenRouter in T3 chat is models that are hosted by Chinese labs, where we don't want to use the Chinese infra. We want to use American providers and other providers that have better data retention policies. OpenRouter almost feels essential if you want to use models like Kimi K2, for example. So seeing them still having vast majorities of their traffic being closed weight is nuts. There was a brief moment around when Qwen 3 and GPT OSS dropped where over 30% of the inference they were seeing was open weight, but now it's back in the 20% range or so. Very interesting. Again, their data is going to be biased towards the open weight options because they are an easy way to use them, test them, and integrate them. But even then, they're seeing 70% plus using closed weight models. So as cool as open weight models are, even a place like OpenRouter is still seeing them as the minority of the usage for AI. Very interesting. I would have expected bigger for them in particular. It's also crazy to see that at the start of 2025, there was very, very little usage of Chinese open weight models, and that very quickly changed. By the end of the year, the majority of open weight models are Chinese, at least open weight usage. While proprietary models, especially those from major North American providers, still serve the majority of tokens, open weight models have grown steadily, reaching approximately 1/3 of usage by late 2025. This expansion is not incidental. Usage spikes align with major open model releases like DeepSeek V3 and Kimi K2. It's hard to understate how big of a deal V3 was. I know everybody was excited about DeepSeek R1, but V3 was the holy shit, there's something special happening here moment. And Kimi K2 is honestly similar in this regard. I like that they called that out here. There's a reason it's now the default on T3 chat. If you go to an anonymous tab on T3 chat, Kimi K2 is the default now because it is the most pleasant model to talk to that I've personally ever used. I genuinely really, really like Kimi K2, and I highly recommend it if you're looking for a good model to talk to. That's why we made it our default. They're very, very competitive. There's also other competitive launches like DeepSeek V3 further additions as well as the GPT-OSS models, and these have been adopted rapidly and sustained their gains. GPT-OSS is also criminally underrated for various things. I use it a lot more than y'all would probably guess. Since the GPT-OSS model came out around the same time as O4 did, if I recall, it was between O4 and GPT-5. Because of that, it kind of got missed, I feel like, and no one really embraced the things it was great at. Like we see here, it's the #1 model for legal questions in the legal category on OpenRouter. It's #1 in technology. It's #1 in finance. It's #1 in science. Hell, it's #2 in programming. And everything else is quite a bit further behind on. I use it for data stuff all of the time because on the fast providers, if we scroll a little bit, you'll see some of them. Like base 10, or where is my boys at Grok? Or Grok. Grok's pulling 511 tokens per second. That's 10 times what you get for something like GPT-5. Insane. There are some places that can pull it over 1,000. Cerebras is pulling 2,000 tokens per second with it. That is unbelievably fast. And the value of that speed isn't just like, oh, it's really fast. It's the speed plus the price, plus its ability to do things like follow the shape of an object well, make it great for parsing absurd amounts of data. We use this for doing sentiment analysis on the comments on my videos. We use this for analyzing the results from Snitchbench. We use this for a ton of things. It's a great model. It also can run on my computer at reasonable speeds. If I open up LM Studio, since my MacBook has a ton of memory on it, it can run these big models pretty fast. It's able to run the GPT-OSS 20 bill version at like 90 or so TPS. But the 120 bill version, I assumed it wouldn't be able to do shit with because that's a huge model. That is a 60 gig model. I couldn't run that faster than like 18 TPS on my RTX 5090. But on here, on my M4 Max MacBook, it runs quite a bit faster. You have to wait for it to load into memory, but that's the key. Since it's 60 gigs and my laptop has 128 gigs, it can load the whole thing into memory. No, this is not an M5. The M5 does not have a model with this much RAM. I'm on an M4 that I just bought because we don't have an M5 Pro yet. And this is why. You cannot get this speed on an M5 right now. As it's write an essay about why Rust is better than C++. And that is faster than reading speed. That's flying. This is going this fast, not just because my processor is fast. It's mostly because my RAM is insane and I have memory that works with my GPU. Doesn't matter how much RAM you put on your desktop if you're running a 5090, because the 5090 has a certain amount of VRAM that you can't really expand. So if you can't fit the model in your VRAM, it's going to run like shit. I can fit it in my VRAM because I'm on a MacBook, which means I have unified memory. So the RAM is the same as the VRAM. So I'm able to pull a faster speed here than I can on my giant beefy gaming desktop with a 5090 on it. Yeah, that was 71 tokens per second. That's faster than GPT-5 over API. It's awesome. That's so cool. I had to use half my RAM for it, but now that I've ejected this, it should be totally fine. After it's done beach balling, because it used all my memory. And that's all local. That's entirely offline. So yeah, GPT-OSS, criminally underrated, but if you know, you know, and it definitely caused a spike in usage of open weight models. As we see here, Kimi K2, Qwen 3, and GPT-OSS all caused the spike that led to open weight models being over 30% of the usage. And if we look at the overall token usage instead of just as a percent, you'll see OpenRouter had a very good year. Good for those guys. Yeah. At the end of 2024, the weekly share of Chinese open weight models was only 1.2%. Now it's nearly 30% of total usage among all models in some weeks. Over the 1 year window, they average approximately 13% of weekly token volume, that being Chinese models are at 13%, with strong growth concentrated the second half of 2025. This is very interesting. It turns out that DeepSeek wasn't the point where everyone started using these Chinese models. It was around halfway through the year when we got Kimi and Minimax and Qwen got good and all these other drops happened. Non-Chinese open source models averaged 13.7%, and proprietary models maintained their 70% share, roughly. This pattern has materially reshaped the open source segment and progressed global competition across the LLM landscape. Absolutely. It's been a crazy year for open weight models. The fact that the default model in T3 chat is an open weight model and that like half of my personal inference is going through open weight models is just kind of crazy. Key open source players. This is by number of tokens. Even though I just said DeepSeek wasn't the main player that got this bump, they still are the single biggest one, pulling 14.37 trillion tokens over Open Router from November 2024 to November 2025. That is crazy. Qwen's at 5.6, which is also nuts, especially because I personally don't find those models particularly great. Meta and Mistral did okay here as well. OpenAI, especially when you consider the fact that they put out their first open weight model halfway through the year, them being this high is impressive. Minimax, again, coming halfway through the year with their first relevant model being that high is crazy. ZAI doing very well as well. They're the GLM models. And then Moonshot, my underrated goats, at 0.92. I'm sad they didn't hit the 1 trill. We're working our way towards that with Kimi as the default now. Hope you guys can climb this real fast. Also, Minimax was free for a bit too. That's another thing to account for with Open Router. Models that are provided for free tend to get boosted really, really hard because a lot of Open Router's like heavy users are cost sensitive. That's also a big part of why the role-playing community seems to really like DeepSeek. It's not so much that they like the model, it's mostly that they provide them for free, and that target and that demographic is very cost sensitive, so they love using free models. This is also why XAI always brags that they're so popular on Open Router. It's because they provided Grok for free for so long when they put out the fast version. Obviously, when you're using something for free, there is some value exchange there. They're almost certainly tracking all of the things you send and using that for post-training. So know that when you use the free models, there's no way they're just giving that out for free out of the kindness of their heart. The decline of DeepSeek's... And now we have the decline of DeepSeek's dominance. Oh boy, this will be a fun chart. Yeah, as we see here, DeepSeek was the king of these open weight models for a while, quickly eating into Llama's previous like stronghold. But then as the summer hit and we got more of these Chinese open weight models like Moonshot with K2 or Minimax or ZAI, you'll see their share just getting eaten up fast. But then they dropped v3.1 of DeepSeek and won a huge chunk of it back. And they got to this point here where it's actually is like the peak of... no, it's not. The peak of DeepSeek's ownership was definitely here. They lost a whole bunch. They dropped v3.1 in September, climbed back for a bit, and now it's dwindling. Right now it's probably up again because 3.2 is nuts, but they also sucked at hosting that for a while, so who knows? Yeah. Their near monopoly on open weights was shattered by the summer inflection. The market has since become both broader and deeper, with usage diversifying significantly. New entrants like Qwen's models, Minimax's M2, Moonshot's Kimi K2, and OpenAI's GPT-OSS. I don't know why they're just skipping ZAI and GLM here, because those models did really well too. They actually performed higher than Moonshot there. Wonder why they skipped that. Interesting. Regardless, they all did very, very well. By late 25, the competitive balance had shifted from near monopoly to a pluralistic mix. No single model exceeds 25% of open source tokens, and the token share is now distributed more evenly across 5 to 7 models. The practical implication is that users are finding value in a wider array of options rather than defaulting to one best choice. Yep. Now that we have... This isn't just like, oh, I prefer this model or I prefer this model. This is also, this one is cheaper and can handle more tokens. This one can do reasoning with images. This one is really good at tool calling, but this one isn't. This one handles reasoning well, and this one doesn't. This one writes well. There's a lot of reasons to prefer different models. Like, I obviously like talking to Kimi K2, but I like doing data analysis with GPT-OSS. There's good use cases and bad use cases for all of these. You just got to play with them to know. Yep. Overall, the open source model ecosystem is now highly dynamic. Some key insights include the top tier diversity, where now there's tons of different families of open weight models, the rapid scaling of new entrants, people show up and suddenly blow up, and the iterative advancement. The longevity of DeepSeek's presence at the top underscores that continuous improvement is critical. Their successive releases like Chat v3, R1, and now v3.1 and 3.2 are keeping it competitive even as challengers emerge. OSS models that stagnate in development tend to lose shares to those with frequent updates at the frontier or domain-specific fine-tunes. Yep. The open source arena resembles a competitive ecosystem where innovation cycles are rapid and leadership is not guaranteed. It feels like the early days of closed weight models in the open weight world, and it's awesome to see. The model size versus market fit. Medium is the new small. Very interesting. I definitely felt this myself. For example, with GPT-OSS, that is a medium model because I can run it on my laptop. Large open weight models are things that you cannot run on consumer hardware that require specialized hardware, and small models are things that you can run on cheaper hardware like my 5090 instead of my MacBook. I know that sounds silly, but the amount of RAM used is an important key to the differences here. And it is cool to see how many small open weight models got useful. It's still crazy that there are so many large open weight models that are good too, because there's like the only people who benefit from a large open weight model are the hosts that can use it because they have enough H100s around. Sorry. You are annoying me. I am filming something else. Yeah. So seeing large open weight models do much better at the start of the year makes sense. Something like DeepSeek R1 is a very large model. You're not running that without a distillation of it locally at all. But now we're getting more stuff like 120 bill models that are reasonable to run. But also seeing some growth in the small models too. That said, we're getting some crazy big open weight models. I know Kimi, for example, is like 1 trillion parameters. Good luck running that locally. Yeah. Their definitions, oh, interesting. By their definition, GPT-OSS is large at 120 bill. I guess that's fair, but just interesting to see. Small is under 15 bill params, medium's 15 to 70, and large is 70 plus. I would have cut this differently. I would have done small as anything under 30 and large as anything over 150. But I get it. Especially now with RAM prices, it makes sense to knock these down. The data on developer and user behavior tells us a nuanced story, though. The figure shows that while the number of models across all categories has grown, the usage has shifted notably. Small models are losing favor, while medium and large ones are starting to capture more value. This is very interesting. The size of the model helps determine a lot of different things. Obviously, the amount of knowledge baked into it, the size of it affects that a lot. But it also affects the price a ton, too. These large models are much more expensive than the small ones because you can run them quicker and on cheaper hardware. So the interest in small open weight models is maintaining, and medium is growing meaningfully because the medium ones are really good price to performance value. The small market is declining overall. Things like Gemma 3 12 bill, which was released in August, saw rapid adoption, but now it's competing in a crowded field where users are continually seeking the best alternative. We're still waiting on Gemma 4. I think it'll happen at some point this week. Google's been teasing it on Twitter all week, but we'll see. The medium market, finding the model market fit. The medium model category tells a clear story of market creation. The segment itself was negligible until Qwen 2.5 Coder 32 bill dropped in November of last year, which effectively established the whole category. The segment then matured into a competitive ecosystem with the arrival of other contenders like Mistral Small in January and GPT-OSS 20 bill in August. Again, I would put OSS 20 bill as a small model, but I understand why they're making this distinction. The large model segment's been very interesting with Qwen 3 235 bill or ZAI's models, as well as the GPT-OSS 120 bill. All capturing meaningful and sustained usage. The parallelism suggests that users are actively benchmarking across multiple open large models rather than converging on a single standard. Yep, absolutely. I play with all of them, and they all have good use cases. So what are these models actually being used for? This is one of my favorite charts. I'm going to not scroll the bottom because I want you guys to... Oh, wait, no, it's going to spoil things. Let's make a version of this that's less spoilery for the video. Crop. Dim. Cool. So I just cropped this because I want you guys to look and guess without seeing, what use case do you think is in the yellow? That is between 50 to... This use case is between 40 and 80% of the usage of open weight models on OpenRouter. You've got to be thinking stuff like code or maybe chat or knowledge, but your guess would be code, right? That's what mine would have been. Reality is always more interesting because that is the role-playing category. Yeah. The weebs cannot be stopped. Role-playing is around 52% of the use of open weight models on OpenRouter. There have been a lot of theories as to why this is. The one I have grown to believe the most is that this category is price sensitive, and the free models like DeepSeek v3.2 free are very well regarded in those communities, and they are willing to let them have all of their data so they can get good enough role-playing. Interesting. The figure above highlights that more than half of all open weight models have their usage falling under roleplay, while programming is the second largest category. This indicates that users turn to open models primarily for creative interactive dialogues like storytelling, character roleplay, and gaming scenarios, and for coding-related tasks as well. The dominance of role-playing, hovering at more than 50% of all open weight tokens, underscores a use case where open models have an edge. They can be utilized for creativity and are often less constrained by content filters, which make them attractive for fantasy or entertainment applications. I wish they would show what percentage of those are using the free versions of the models. That's still my hypothesis, but the fact that they are less likely to be constrained by the hosts makes a lot of sense too. You can only bake so much security into the model itself. Most labs put a layer in front of the model that will detect if the query is bad and block it, rather than just baking the safety into the model itself, because you can't adjust that over time. But that also means the open weight models, if they have weird behaviors that they don't tune out properly, that's there forever. The weights are public. Roleplay tasks require flexible responses, context restrictions. Role-playing tasks require flexible responses, Roleplay tasks require flexible responses, context retention, and emotional nuance, attributes that open models can deliver effectively without being heavily restricted by commercial safety or moderation layers. This makes them particularly appealing for communities experimenting with character-driven experiences, fan fictions, interactive games, and simulation environments. Makes sense. We look at the Chinese model category breakdowns. You'll see that the roleplay Chinese... We look at the breakdown just within Chinese open weight models, it's shifted quite a bit. There was a point where programming had overtaken roleplay, but now it's a little bit closer. Roleplay has knocked its way down to around 33% of Chinese tokens, which is interesting. And if I recall, a significant portion of that is on the DeepSeek free tier. The shift suggests that models like Qwen and DeepSeek are increasingly used for code gen and infra-related workloads. While high-volume enterprise users may influence specific segments, the overall trend points to Chinese open-source models competing directly in technical and productivity domains. Yeah. And overall, over the year, technology and programming were 39%, and roleplay was around 33%. So, looks like programming is winning in this space now. But what if we break down our usage of models in programming by open source versus closed versus not Chinese? It's very interesting. Again, with that surge of good open weight code models like Minimax M2, GLP 4.5, or again, with that surge in the summer with Minimax M2, GLM 4.5, Kimi, and all of that, we saw a huge bump in the percentage of tokens going through OpenRouter being used for code tasks. Massive bump. It flattened a little bit, bumped again in October. I'm curious what open weight model was put out from somewhere else that bumped there. Might have been a Mistral thing. We'll see in a sec. And now the non-Chinese open weight models are barely being used, and closed models are still winning by far. Let's see how they break this down. Chinese open source models in blue delivered the majority of open source coding help driven by early successes like Qwen 3 Coder. By quarter 4, Western OSS models such as Llama 2 Code and GPT OSS had surged, but decreased in overall share in recent weeks. The oscillation suggests a very competitive environment. Yep. Developers are open to whatever open source model currently provides the best coding support. As a limitation, the figure doesn't show absolute volumes. Open source coding usage grew overall, so a shrinking blue band doesn't mean Chinese open source lost users, only relative share. Good to know. Role-playing breakdown for open source models. Interesting. Non-Chinese open weight models are 43% of the role-playing use case. Very interesting. Let me go look at stats quick. Switch the program or the category to role play. Very interesting. The most recent numbers, DeepSeek v3 is still the most popular. R1T2 and v3.2 are close though. Then it's Flash. Then it's DeepSeek 3.1. Then it's Gemini. Then it's Mistral Nemo. What? What the fuck? That does not line up at all with what I'm reading here. This looked like in the roleplay category, non-Chinese open source was doing much better, but that does not line up with this at all. Like others is 42.6%, but it's not. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. And you can see here when Grok 4.1 Fast first came out and was free, it just slaughtered. And as soon as it stopped being free, it vanished. Again, proving my theory that this community wants the cheap shit. There you go. 4.1 Fast was number one when it was free by a lot. And as soon as it stopped being free at mid-December, it immediately vanished almost entirely from the chart. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't break this down a bit more. I want more info on the open weight non-Chinese models that are being used here because they're just not sharing enough about it. Very interesting. I wish we had more info. Enough about open weight in China. Let's talk about the rise of agentic inference. This is the amount of tokens that are reasoning tokens. And we recently crossed the point where over half of the tokens that OpenRouter is watching get generated are reasoning tokens. I was saying for a bit that the average token isn't read by a human. This really emphasizes it. Unless you're reading every point of reasoning in every trace you do, which you can't with a lot of these models, they don't even share the reasoning data. You cannot possibly be reading all the tokens being generated. Those tokens for reasoning are making the actual answer more likely to be better, and the tokens that are being generated are often not even being shown to a human in the first place. They're being used to command tools to go do things. So yeah, that's one of the most interesting parts of this chart, is it's showing one of the many angles at which text generation models and LLMs are being used to generate things that aren't for a human to read. As shown in the figure above, the share of total tokens routed through reasoning optimized models climbed sharply in 2025. What was effectively a negligible slice of usage in the early Q1 days is now over 50%. The shift reflects both sides of the market. Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. This is share of all tokens routed through reasoning models versus routed through non-reasoning models. So this isn't what percentage of output tokens were or weren't reasoning. That would probably be much more brutal. This is what percentage of requests, not even requests, of the tokens sent to OpenRouter as input, what percent of them were sent to a reasoning model versus sent to a non-reasoning model. That makes more sense. Top used models with reasoning, Grok Code Fast 1 is number one because, again, they offered it for free. And since XAI's APIs suck to use and sign up for, most people opted to use it through OpenRouter. That makes sense that it's so high up, but again, it's there because it's free. XAI's Grok Code Fast 1 now drives the largest share of reasoning traffic, excluding free launch access. Interesting. Apparently, even if they exclude the free launch access, it's still number one. That feels kind of bullshit. This is a notable change from only a few weeks ago, where 2.5 Pro led the category, and R1 and Qwen 3 were also in the top tier. This is very interesting that Gemini 2.5 Pro is so far ahead in OpenRouter. Again, my conspiracy theory there is that using Google's models through Google's APIs is the stupidest, most miserable fucking thing you can do. I say, as somebody who does it a lot, it is hell. It is awful. I do not recommend anybody deal with Google's SDKs or APIs directly when you can use something like OpenRouter. I would gladly pay them the fucking 3 to 5% fee, whatever it is, to just route my traffic through OpenRouter and not deal with Google's bullshit. Both OpenAI and Anthropic have competent APIs and competent CLIs to use the models through if you're doing code, and competent integrations and editors like Cursor, Windsurf, etc. So the need to use something like OpenRouter to hit them is way, way lower. With Google models, there is basically no competent way to hit them other than OpenRouter, so we're kind of stuck here. But these are the biases we have to account for in this report, because this report is generated by a source that inherently sees different patterns of traffic. As Clang said in chat, OpenRouter just works as opposed to Google Cloud's bullshit. Totally agree. Somebody said to check this graph out. Oof. Yeah. To go back to like Grok getting traffic because it's free, here you go. See all that purple traffic that just vanished all of a sudden? This is when they made that a free model. And as soon as it stopped being free, it disappeared from the chart. You get the idea. A lot of this data is inherently biased by the nature of the users and the nature of the reasons they're using models through OpenRouter. It's still really good info, but it's biased. Figure above shows top. Okay. It's also, again, to really just highlight how biased this is, there is no world in which anybody actually thinks that GPT-5 is less popular than GPT-OSS. Obviously. Like, duh. Why the hell is GPT-OSS 120B higher up on here than GPT-5 is? It's obvious if you've been listening. It's because GPT-5 is able to just be hit through OpenAI's APIs totally fine, but GPT-OSS isn't even hosted by OpenAI. You cannot use the GPT-OSS models by hitting the OpenAI infra. You have to use them elsewhere. Which means you have to deal with other providers, or you use OpenRouter and it will route you to the best provider, which is a great, great option. So GPT-OSS is best used on OpenRouter the same way Gemini is. So yeah, all 5 of these models suck to use outside of OpenRouter and are great to use with OpenRouter. So it makes a lot of sense that they are the top 5, That does not mean any of these models are doing better than whatever the hell Anthropic's doing or what OpenAI is doing with their closed weight models. It just means that on this chart with OpenRouter gets a lot more traffic for models that suck to use outside of OpenRouter, which makes sense. It's kind of funny to say, but OpenRouter's edge is that XAI and Google really suck at making good developer experiences, and they can provide a better one by routing the traffic through a layer that doesn't suck. Turns out being a wrapper is a good business decision. And now we have the rising adoption of tool calling. This is interesting. I would have expected higher, but again, the use cases are interesting. Role playing, for example, you're not going to be doing a whole lot of tool calling in. With programming, you're probably doing a lot more, but only 15% or so of the traffic going through OpenRouter has a tool getting invoked. Very interesting. The noticeable spike in May in the figure above was largely attributable to one sizable account whose activity briefly lifted overall volumes. Interesting. I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody was using OpenRouter as their default provider and then moved off it, and it caused a spike. It was one of the open source code tools. I can't remember which it was. Regardless, you get the idea. Top 10 most used models with tool call finished reasoning. So this is models where they are generating responses and ending because there's a tool call they're waiting for, which is how tool calls work. So this is highest percentage tool calls. Claude 4 Sonnet is still the king of tool calls, as we could have expected. 3.5 and 3.7 were also great at it. And you can see how quickly, when a new model drops from Anthropic, their traffic for the old one collapses. Like this pink here, this was 3.7. In May, what's the gray? Is that 4.0 mini? Interesting. The gray is 4.0 mini, so I guess somehow in May, 4.0 mini traffic grew a ton. We just barely got Sonnet 4, if I recall. Yeah, so Sonnet 4 dropped near the end of the month, and most of the Sonnet 3.7 traffic had already started dying. In June, it collapsed even more, and by July, Sonnet 3.7's barely even being touched, and Claude 4 has crushed. And then slowly, as new models like 2.5 Flash dropped and got good enough to actually be able to do tool calls, it started eating into the margins of other things. And then 4.5 dropped and crushed everything. That all lines up as expected. But also notice how little 2.5 Pro got in terms of the ownership of this chart for tool calling. Part of this is because Gemini 2.5 Pro is really expensive. Part of it's because it's not the best at tool calls. And part of it's because if you're willing to pay those prices anyways, you might as well just use Claude. Yeah, I've never been a big 2.5 Pro fan. All it has done is cost us a ton of money and a lot of support tickets. I'm thankful to watch it slowly die. Also notice that Gemini 3 Pro is not coming up here at all. It is late edition, so I wouldn't expect it to have snuck in particularly deeply, but I don't think it ever will because I think it got trumped really fast. Also, GLM is killing it in this too. The GLM models are really good at tool calling, and it's the only open weight model really holding some ground in here. That's cool to see. I somehow missed that initially. Good for ZAI. And now we have the anatomy of the prompts. The prompt tokens grew a ton. So when you send a request, the average number of tokens in a request is 4 times higher than it was at the beginning of the year. That's nuts. I did not expect it to grow that much. Completion tokens going up makes more sense though, because again, reasoning models generate way more tokens. So this being much higher makes sense. But only 3x when we got a 4x for the input is interesting. And programming is the main driver behind prompt token growth. So the number of tokens being submitted for code has gone up a ton over time, which is why the number of tokens per request has gone up so much. That makes a ton of sense. longer sequences, and more complex interactions. The average sequence length has grown over time. So this is number of tokens per generation, so prompt and completion together. And programming is going up way faster overall. It's meaningfully bigger than everything else. So for everybody asking why we don't do coding stuff in T3 chat, why we're not like letting you link your code base and whatever, it's because we would be increasing our cost by 4 to 6x, and we charge $8 a month. Shut the fuck up unless you are going to build something or pay us way more. It just doesn't make sense for what we're trying to do, which is a really good chat experience for a reasonable price. If we let you bring your code base, we're just going to increase our cost by 4 to 6x. Go use Cursor. It's a good tool. Agentic inference is the new default. Together, these trends, rising reasoning shares, expanded tool use, longer sequences, and programmers' outsized complexity, suggest that the center of gravity in LLM usage has shifted. The median LLM request is no longer a simple question or an isolated instruction. Instead, it's part of a structured agent-like loop, invoking external tools, reasoning over state, and persisting across longer contexts. For model providers, this raises the bar for default capabilities. Latency, tool handling, context support, and robustness to malformed or adversarial tool chains is increasingly critical. For infra operators, inference platforms must now manage not just stateless requests, but long-running conversations, execution traces, and permission-sensitive tool integrations. Soon enough, if not already, agentic inference will be taking over the majority of the inference. Yes. And it's crazy how many of these like GPU rental services don't understand this stuff at all and are forcing companies like Moonshot to go put out benchmarks showing which hosts do and don't follow the tool call protocols properly. How are people using LLMs? This will be fun. Again, we saw role-playing was a big chunk, but we've seen programming, in particular programming through OpenRouter, growing massively. This isn't just LLM programming usage growing, although that is a huge portion. I think a significant chunk of this is that the open weight models that are best used through OpenRouter have become much, much better, especially around halfway through the year, which is why this giant spike started around halfway through the year. I'm curious if they agree with my analysis here that open weight models got good at code, and OpenRouter is the best way to use open weight models, so they saw unique growth here. But they might try to generalize this across the industry, which I probably won't agree with. Now, of course, as LLMs become embedded in developer workflows, their role as programming tools is being normalized. The evolution has implications for model development, including increased emphasis on code-centric training data, improved reasoning depth for multi-step programming tasks, and tighter feedback loops between models and integrated development environments. They are not acknowledging the fact that this growth is almost certainly unique to them. Other places in the industry did not see code LLM usage go from 11% to 50%. They did because the models that they are best for got way better at code this year. Very specific to them. That said, Anthropic models are at 60% of the share for programming-based spend on OpenRouter. So maybe I can't make this statement so definitively, but at the same time, there's a lot of providers in here that are best used through them. And I expect Google to have that big of a stronghold there too. It was very interesting to see how quickly these other options have grown and gotten actual footing in the space. But it looks like it's a small enough percentage that I should shut my mouth on the open weight thing. I might be wrong on that. Very interesting. And Minimax is taking a good slice too. Very, very interesting to see. If we look within categories, roleplay, only 15% of the roleplay is adult according to them, but over half is games. I know stuff like Dungeons and Dragons love having AI-generated role-playing text, so that makes sense. Programming is interesting how that's split. Scripting languages versus development tools versus other. I don't think these splits are useful, so I am going to skip most of this section. Author-level insights by category. Different model authors are utilized in different usage patterns. Figure below shows distribution of content categories for the major model families. So Anthropic, obviously, mostly programming. A little bit of tech, not a whole lot of role play. Lots of code, though. Google's most popular categories, a little more varied. A lot more role playing, a lot less code, decent bit of tech, good bit of science. Not much analysis. I would have thought that people would use them more for analyzing documents and things, and that would be clearer here by showing like legal or finance or something. XAI was code until they made it free, and then it became role play and technology, I guess. And now it's not free anymore. It's going to go back to just code. I know how this works. OpenAI's had a very weird distribution where it was mostly science until June when they got better at coding, and then it became mostly code, with technology still being high. I'm curious what technology even means in these cases. Let's go back up and see. They don't even have technology broken out here. Oh, they do. Personal assistance, business and productivity software, web design and development. That's code. Bullshit. So I guess some code is put in there too. Weird category splits. And then DeepSeek is the role play machine. They should rename it to DeepSeek and Dragons at this point. Goddamn. And then Quen is mostly code with a weird variety of other random shit. Fascinating. And then we have usage across regions. North America versus Asia versus Europe versus other. Mostly North America still, but Asia's had a bigger and bigger chunk, at least on OpenRouter. Language distribution, over 80% is still English. Checks out. And then the glass slipper phenomenon. That's what they talked about before, where when somebody tries a new model really early, they are much more likely to stick with it than if they come to it later. So people who tried Claude 4 in May, right when it dropped, much more likely to still be using it than people who tried it the month after. People who had tried Gemini 2.5 Pro right when it dropped in June are comically more likely to still be using it than people who tried it later. Very interesting. The collection of retention charts captures the dynamics of the LLM user market across leading models. At first glance, the data is dominated by high churn and rapid cohort decay. Yet beneath the volatility lies a subtler and more consequential signal. A small set of early user cohorts exhibit durable retention over time. We term these foundational cohorts. They're not merely early adopters. Oh god, this is so LLM written. That pattern just screams LLM. The cohorts are not merely adopters. These cohorts are not merely early adopters. They represent users whose workloads have achieved a deep and persistent workload model fit. We can't just product market fit everything, guys. Once established, this fit creates both economic and cognitive inertia that resists substitution even as newer models emerge. We introduced the Cinderella glass slipper effect as a framework to describe the phenomena. The hypothesis posits that in rapidly evolving AI ecosystems, there exists a latent distribution of high-value workloads that remain unsolved across successive model generations. Each new frontier model is effectively tried on against these open problems, and when a new release model happens to match a previously unmet technical and economic constraint, it achieves the precise fit, the metaphorical glass slipper. Okay, so if you have a problem that none of the models are solving, and you try a new model right when it drops, and it solves it, you just stick with it. That's the hypothesis. Interesting, can kind of see it. Hard to know for sure. It's also small enough numbers, it's hard to care. Like Llama did not have any real retention at all in comparison to Claude 4 Sonnet. But even then, like a lot of this could be measured by how long did it take for them to ship something new. Like Claude 4 Sonnet, they shipped 4.1, then 4.5 pretty quickly after. Gemini 2.5 Pro, they did not ship anything until over 6 months later. So obviously that's going to stay flatter. I don't buy this part. I think this is a bit of a reach. Apparently they're using 4.0 mini as the golden example here. Yeah, God. I hate that 16 months later, people are still using 4.0 mini. That was the model we shipped T3 chat with in January. Also, this is bullshit. 2.0 Flash never had any fit. 2.0 Flash is one of my favorite models. I use it for a ton of shit. I really just don't buy this part. And then the boomerang effect. The amount of reaches they're doing to explain this, no, I don't believe this at all. Let's look at cost versus usage. This will be much more interesting. Cost is x-axis, total tokens is y-axis. Interesting to see translation focus on cheaper, legal also focusing on cheaper overall, tech and marketing leaning more expensive, and programming leaning right in the middle. Very interesting. The scatter plot above reveals a distinct segmentation of AI use cases, mapping them based on their aggregated usage volume against their unit cost. Both are logarithmic axes. Really interesting to see role play leaning towards more expensive models than legal does. Your lawyer's cheaper than your Dungeons and Dragons DM, guys. You heard it here first. An effective cost versus usage of models. This is fun too. You can see some models that are expensive getting much less usage and some that are cheap getting much more, but overall it's pretty evened out. There's a very slight trend downwards where usage goes down as cost goes up. It's a weak overall correlation. Interesting. Cool to know that the cost is not a big driver of usage overall. Quality and capabilities often trump cost. That checks out. Being cheap isn't enough. A model must also be differentiable and sufficiently capable. Yep. Cool. What a paper. Here is the end discussion. The ecosystem is now multi-model. The usage diversity beyond productivity. We're seeing lots of other use cases. Agentic use cases are going up a ton. The geographical split is widening, but still mostly North America based. Cost versus usage. Cost does not really significantly drive usage in ways that you would expect. And the glass slipper effect, which I don't agree with. This was really interesting research. I am pumped that they published this and shared all of this data. This was fun. Thank you to the Open Router team as well as A16 for helping out with this. I feel like I learned a lot and have a much better idea of the whole ecosystem and the greater picture of what's going on. Curious how y'all feel though. Are read-throughs like this useful? Are you interested in the greater market stuff? Or was this just a really long, boring video? Maybe you didn't even get to this part. Let me know what y'all think. And until next time, peace nerds. Cool. End of Open Router read through. Well, I have to do an intro for it now. Cool. I think I have a good idea of how to open this one. Cool. 2025 has been a crazy year for AI. 2025 has been a crazy year for AI. At the end of 2024, OpenAI introduced o1, which brought reasoning models to the entire world. And right when 2025 started, DeepSeek rose with DeepSeek R1, an open weight model that allowed for reasoning to be done for everyone. These changes shifted the whole industry, and we've seen crazy things happening since. So crazy that our friends over at OpenRouter took the time to break it all down. They have unique insights on everything going on because they host and let you use every model. They get this. They do rough high level analysis. They do some rough top level analytics on all of the things that are running through OpenRouter, which gives them a shitload of interesting data to use to help break down trends. From the weird use cases for LLMs, and spoiler, programming's actually number 2. You'll be very surprised what number 1 is. To the split across open and closed weight models, which has been really cool to see. It's over 30% open weight models overall now, which is nuts. And the different releases that got us here are really cool. The absurd growth in token usage overall, it's been crazy. Seriously, there's so much cool shit in this paper. I can't wait to break it all down for you. But as a person who spent a lot of money on tokens in 2025, we do have bills to pay. So we're going to do a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. I guess, can I switch this to be per category? This is where I was before. And when I switched it to this, it did not give me the info I was looking for. Yeah, I was here before. Thank you, though. Scroll more? I did. Did I not? Yeah, it's like the chart I was in before. And yeah. It's cool to change language and see the model splits change. Like Grok code gets knocked down a ton when you're doing Python. And GBT-OSS suddenly explodes. But with TypeScript, GBT-OSS collapses. Disappears entirely. Interesting. Very interesting. So I'm going to get this dropped in my best language for AI. Did that. Cool. On top, switch monthly, then scroll. Okay. I was supposed to be looking for, because I was trying to find the better splits for roleplay to figure out which models were being used, and I'm not getting that still. I don't know what I'm missing here. Let me think all this. Oh shit, I missed a Svei raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that a ton. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I film videos live on Twitch. Just recording about whatever's interesting to me at the time. We thank all the subs I missed while I was just filming. We got I am Ara with the Prime. Thank you for that. Doc Devs with the tier 3 for 33 months. Look at all those threes. 3 months of tier 3, 33 total. Love that. Rhea here. Love your stream. Start using the Gemini API in your project. OpenAI is too expensive and extremely slow. Try out OpenRouter. There's a reason that we just did all this coverage. You have a much better time switching between things. Mexican Patrick with the 10 bomb. Appreciate that. So sorry I missed that, man. Hopefully you didn't drop anything big. Then Shoe Money just dropped at 50 bomb. God damn, guys. You didn't even send any messages. You just dropped the 10 bomb, Patrick? Well, let me know if there's anything you guys want me to talk about. Gifters. Shit y'all a ton. I like OpenRouter more. I haven't really had much of a use case for AI Gateway still. Thank you, XPT, for the sub and continuing the gift from Brandon. Thank you, Mikhail, for all the bits. Thank you, Flammy, for the 5 months of Prime. Svei again for the raid. Thank you. Shoe Money for the tier 1. Gnair for the tier 3, now for 21 months. Fucking legend. And then Shu with that huge gift. That was your first ever message. You just dropped a 50 bomb and never sent a message before. God damn. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the support. And sorry, YouTube chat. Switch back to that view. My bad. I'm also really excited for the M5 Mini in studio. I've been waiting impatiently for a minute now. Cool. We got 2 videos and it's over, or it's past 4:30. Ugh. We're 3 hours into stream and I got 2 vids. Too much going on online. Ugh. I have so much shit I have to reply to later. I am going to go crazy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I might have to end early just so I can reply to all the things going on. What? How come here isn't an open router in what? This is not a sentence, I'm sorry. Fast router, this is the easy to self-deploy one, right? Flash 3 slaughtered skate bench. Oh, big fan for a long time. Just finally catching me live. Appreciate that a ton, Shoe Money. Thanks for stopping by. Good to have you here, man. Appreciate it. How come there isn't an open router in Swift? Still doesn't make sense. It's infrastructure. Open router is servers. Once more? I thought Mark said something. Yeah, the Swift on a server is still a joke. Like, no. If the question is like, why isn't there an SDK for Open Router in Swift? It's because you shouldn't be hitting a service with an API in a language that's meant for UI. Like, there's a JavaScript SDK so that you can use it in Node, not so you can use it in browser. You should not be hitting Open Router directly from your browser because then you have to give users API keys and they can abuse that. The only reason there would be a Swift SDK for Open Router is for the one user of a Swift backend, which, like, if you're the one person doing Swift backend, you can write your own fucking SDKs. The problem is if they were to introduce a Swift SDK, they would be implying to low IQ mobile devs, which sadly there's a lot of, that this is a safe thing for them to use in their apps that they ship to users, which they shouldn't. The easiest way in the world right now to get free keys for OpenAI, like if you want to go get a whole bunch of OpenAI keys, it's so easy to do. Just download all of the new apps that come out on iOS that are AI apps, unbundle them with any of the many tools for it, and look for pattern matching to find the string that has the API key. And now you can just steal the key. It's really easy. If you have the key in your app code and you ship the app to users, the key is now in the bundle and anybody can steal it and you can get your key stolen very easily. So they don't do this because nobody should do this, because anybody who thinks they want this should definitely not be doing it. Yeah, here's a pattern for you to go find leaked keys on GitHub. Yeah. Is it illegal to steal keys out of apps? I actually don't know. You might catch some bullshit charge if they go the right angle, but like, I don't think of this in terms of legality, rather I think of it in terms of friction. The friction is really, really low. Like, hilariously low. To be clear, I don't think you should do this. If you're doing inference, you should pay for the inference. But I think it's more important to not ship applications in a way where anybody with even vaguely bad incentives can take the key from your app and hit OpenAI using your money. I think both Gemini CLI and anti-gravity are not good experiences. I'm sure this is fine, but considering that one of the three things they power is the Swift package index and that the other one's a personal site and Allegro, I have no idea what this is. Does not seem particularly real. I don't like being the first to bet on new technology. Jesus, yeah. Gemini's good at things like that. This is exciting to see. I can't wait to try that out later. I want to play with it off stream first, though. I need to really focus streams in on filming because we're so behind on videos. Think I'll do this one. I kind of want to do the second place at everything, though. I also really want to do the weird vibes of Gemini 3. Ugh. So hard. I kind of want to do all of these, and I don't feel like a strong tie to do any of them. Okay. Let's do this one. I don't like any of the AI or agent stuff in Notion, personally. You should check out my YouTube channel. I already have a video on that. Depends on how you define pipeline, because I have hundreds of ideas here, but I have like 5-ish already recorded, not even at this point. I don't think this is this simple. I might do a like, why does everybody love CLI tools video? It just comes down to friction for adoption. And the friction to try out a new model in a CLI that you can like run in one command is a lot lower. Let's do OpenAI second place. This should be fun. OpenAI is in a really interesting spot right now. It feels like they put out something groundbreaking every few months just to be trumped almost immediately after. I first noticed this pattern at the end of last year when they put out O1, the first real reasoning model, a model that will generate tokens to steer itself in the right direction. This was so groundbreaking and novel that they charged an absurd amount, and they got away with it because they were so far ahead. Why am I getting a phone call right as I'm like getting into it with this? Also, huge gift bomb. Let me thank that quick, and then we'll try again. Thank you, Shoe Money, for the additional 50 bomb. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay. Thank you again for the gifts, Shoe. Appreciate that a ton. I need to get this filmed, though. Let's do it. It was not my mom. It was a random friend. We'll be fine. Back to filming. Let's do this. Wait, what did you... Oh, thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. The generosity sounds. Let's retake this intro. OpenAI is in a really weird spot right now. They've always been a big innovator, whether or not... Okay, better flow for this. OpenAI is a genuinely really innovative company. They have pioneered so many things important to the AI space. I fondly think back on the end of last year when they dropped O1 and introduced reasoning models to the masses. All of a sudden, models can get way better answers by generating tokens that will help them steer themselves in the right direction. I don't like my flow here. Fourth time is the charm, hopefully. OpenAI is a super innovative company, but they keep... I want a better flow. I really liked the first time I did this. Fuck. This intro has to be good. This video will only do well if the intro is good. That's always the case, but this one more so. OpenAI is a fascinating company. They'll drop some groundbreaking change that makes us rethink what AI is capable of, and then immediately get trumped a month or two later by some smaller team that with less funding. I keep stammering over my words. OpenAI is a fascinating company. OpenAI is a fascinating company. One day they'll be introducing some crazy paradigm that changes what we use AI for, and then the next day some small company is trouncing them with the same technology. I fondly think back to the end of last year when O1 changed how models work entirely by introducing reasoning to the masses. This idea that a model can generate tokens to steer itself in the right direction and lead itself to a more likely correct answer. Just a few months later, not even, like a month and a half later, DeepSeek drops R1 with the same technique, but unlike OpenAI, they actually share those reasoning tokens because they shared an open weight model. You can use it for whatever. They got similar numbers to what OpenAI was getting in this thing you could use for free, and immediately like the whole market collapsed as a result. This seemed like a one-off thing, this rare moment where a small company in China was able to copy, reproduce, and exceed the research OpenAI had done, but that continues to happen. And here we are today, right after GPT 5.2 dropped and Gemini 3 Pro is already ahead, and now Gemini 3 Flash is right behind. I was so blown away with the launch of GPT-5 that I was using it for as much as I could, which was admittedly not too much because it was so slow, but I still liked it a lot for code and UI stuff. And just a few months later, other models got better at UI and are still faster and more reliable, so I found myself using it less. And then there's everything from codecs to their web app to their image models and so much more. It seems like OpenAI is caught in this perpetual cycle where they do something incredible, get trumped, and now they're just second place for a long time. I want to talk more about this because I think it showcases how OpenAI is different from other companies, but also how tough it is to compete in this market as a whole. And alongside that, you might learn a bit about how I think about these models in labs and how I make decisions about what I am using. As always, none of the companies we're talking about now are paying me, and I am hopeful, fingers crossed, this isn't going to get me cut off of the nice list with OpenAI where I get early access to things. Either way, someone's got to pay us, so we'll do a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. OpenAI can't get out of second place. I know this is a bold statement, but I want to try and break down the different categories of things we do with AI so I can more meaningfully establish this as obvious. There are things like programming, and I could break this down to front end versus back end and other things, but I'll keep it generic and just put programming as a category. I'll have like chat experience for people using these models to like get homework help, talk about their feelings, all the things that your average normie would do in ChatGPT. I'll throw in some other fun things like image generation. I don't know. What else do we got? Document analysis. Sure. Trying to think of other categories. Chat, help me out, guys. I'd put school mode under chat personally. Summarizing and translations are all boring enough. Everything can do them. Agentic usage is a good one. Agent tool calling. Browser use could put in there. I'm not trying to say any of these categories are equal or that like I'm not trying to say any of these categories are equal or that like programming is as big of a deal as browser use and document analysis. I'm just trying to break down categories where having the best option means something. Being 5% better at, or being 1% better at translations for 5% more money doesn't mean anything. Like everything's good enough at translating now. But yeah, I want to focus on a set of categories. Actually, deep research is an interesting one that I definitely will get to later. Oops. But for now, let's focus on these guys. We'll start with programming. I don't think this is too hot of a take at the moment, but in my opinion, the best programming model by far right now is Opus 4.5. I love shitting on Anthropic more than almost anyone does, but Opus is built different. I will say that for some really hard tasks that require a lot of thinking and understanding of your code base, GPT 5.2 X-High can do slightly better, but it ends up doing way more reasoning, way more tokens, taking forever because it's so slow, and still having the quirks of a GPT model versus an Opus one, where it just doesn't use the harness quite as well. It loves going rogue and doing strange shit, which is weird because GPT-5 was so good at instruction following before. I could put multiple other Anthropic and GPT models in here, but I'm really trying to think of this as the providers' positions in the list. And honestly, Gemini 3 Pro, this does not properly represent the gap I perceive between these things. I don't like coding with Gemini. There's a lot of reasons for it. It's a combination of the model just going rogue and doing its own shit, not handling tool calls very well. It's slightly better at UI than the other two, hypothetically sometimes. It's good at spatial reasoning. So if you're making a 3D game and want the model to place things for you, Gemini 3 Pro is solid. But actually using it for code on a day-to-day basis, not great. 5.2, I don't like using for traditional coding tasks, but if I'm planning a big overhaul or like want to make sure this bug is solved properly, I found 5.2 to be really nice for debugging type tasks. And then Opus as the general end all be all, just using it for everything all of the time. It's my default now. I use it all the time in Cursor. I've been shipping way more code as a result of how much fun I'm having with Opus. It's crazy how quickly this gap collapsed. GPT-5 was far ahead of everything else, so much so that we dealt with its quirks, we dealt with its slow speeds, we dealt with its weird tool call formatting. And now Opus is ahead again. It barely matters. They keep fighting to push it back, like the 5.1 and 5.2 drops. Both felt like attempts to swing back and take some of the win from Anthropic and Google. They succeeded in the case of Google, in my opinion. I also don't think that Gemini 3, it is very smart. The model knows a lot, but I don't think it's a great experience for actually using. So very quickly, GPT went from the best option with 5, which was still a crazy drop, and it collapsed quickly after. There's one other programming category I want to put down here just to continue leaning into this. I'll call this CLI tool, because it was really cool to see them open source it was really cool to see OpenAI open sourcing Codex. I was genuinely hyped that a big lab took a thing as important as a CLI tool for doing agentic coding, and rather than hiding it behind closed doors and sharing a binary that they accidentally attach source maps to and then DMCA you for sharing, sorry, Anthropic, you're winning me over on the models. I do not like how you run Claude Code still. Codex coming out as true open source was huge, and I was genuinely really excited to see it. But they also rewrote it in Rust, which they did not need to do. I would argue that when Codex dropped, it was slightly ahead of Claude Code. It had roughly the same functionality, way more extensibility. The open source part meant you could do really cool shit with it. And at the time, Claude Code had somewhat stagnated due to the leads for the project going to Cursor and then quickly boomeranging back over to work at Claude Code. Since then, Codex has not meaningfully improved. If anything, it has degraded. And Claude Code has found its position pretty far ahead of it. I will go further, though. I will say Open Code is also ahead of Codex. I will say Foundry and Droid are also ahead. I won't go as far as to say Gemini CLI is ahead, but it's not that far away. I'd put Codex at a comfortable 4th place, and then Gemini CLI and Forks. And this is because I just don't feel great when I use Codex. It doesn't have subagents or any concept of them yet. Its UI is weird. It really feels like they're putting too much time into porting to Rust and not enough time into making a competitive tool in the space. Speaking of which, people in chat are saying a lot of other tools that I've never seen anybody sincerely use, which is why they're not listed here, because nobody's actually using them. Even Droid, I've had ups and downs with. We're working on a sponsor deal right now, so take that into account. When it works great, but actually onboarding to it sucked, and I'm working with the team to get that all fixed. Yeah, so they're not even in 2nd place for the CLI tool. They came out with a really cool potential for 1st place and just immediately fell behind the competition and haven't done the right things to catch up, which has been sad to see. And now chat experience. This one's interesting because there's the model side and there is the actual user experience side. And if you rule out the only good chat app, which I understand why you would, it's unfair to the competition to talk about a thing that is so egregiously well-funded and built. Like, how could OpenAI, a multi-billion-dollar company, ever compete with 3 guys just hacking on this in San Francisco? It's unfair to OpenAI to put them against something this great. I get it. So let's put them against things that are a little closer to where they're at, you know, the Anthropics and the Googles of the world. If we were to restrict chat experience to the user interface and remove the models, so if we were to restrict chat experience to the user interface side and remove third parties that are doing better and really just focus on major labs, ChatGPT crushes there. This is one of their biggest edges. We'll talk more about it later. I would say Anthropic is right behind with Claude.ai. Not right behind. There's a pretty big gap. I almost want to indicate that. Big gap. And then we have Claude. And I would argue there's another pretty substantial gap before we get to Gemini, because the core Gemini chat experience is so bad. It's so bad. I don't want to make this video about that, but the one place OpenAI is definitely winning in the general major AI race is ChatGPT. That's still 70% of their revenue. It's still the majority of where people are hearing about OpenAI. When people refer to AI, they're often referring to ChatGPT. They crushed here, which allows them the leverage to not be number one in other places. This number one is the most important, and if they ever lose this, they die. Speaking of which, if either them or their competitors are interested in being the best chat app, I happen to know one that is a lot better than the others. Maybe we should chat. Cool. Image generation. I want to go a little further on chat experience, though, similar to like what I just did, because the chat experience isn't just the actual UI that you're chatting in. It's not just the tools that the models have access to. It's also the chat model experience. And here's where I'm going to drop some hot takes. If you had asked me where I put these different models middle of the year, I probably would have put Anthropic in the lead. I have personally found Sonnet to be more pleasant to talk to than GPT models for a while now. And now with the new GPT models, I find that more so than ever. I am so tired of the emoji-riddled slop that we get out of GPT. I do not like asking GPT for anything to do with writing or feedback or just talking to it. It's not pleasant. And here's where I start to drop my actually hot takes. Since then, my feelings have changed. Kimi K2 is the best model to talk to. I have talked about this in a lot of other videos. I would implore you to just go to T3 Chat and try it. It's the free tier default model, and we did that change for a reason. It is a really, really pleasant model to use. I like it a lot. After this point, personally, I would say Sonnet is still nicer to talk with, and then I would say GPT-5. After that, I would say whatever the fuck Google's doing. I do not like talking to the Gemini models. They are not pleasant to interact with. They are great when you hand them a PDF and say, get me the useful data. They are shit when you ask them about your day. And personally, I'm not very racist, so I don't find Grok fun to talk to either. I will let my team decide if that joke stays in or not. I'm happy you guys found that funny. Actually, you know what? To fight the bias accusations I always get, I'm going to do something stupid. The chat experience with Grok and XAI, not the models, I don't like those, but the actual apps for using them are far ahead of the competition. ChatGPT and Grok are the best apps for AI chat right now. They are the second and third best websites, first and second best apps. New app coming that will compete with them. Keep an eye out for that. We're hoping for a first beta of it soon. Fingers crossed, all goes well. But for now, they are the best mobile apps and also within the best web apps. Cool. And now we have image generation. Image generation is a weird one because for a very long time, Midjourney was so far ahead, it wasn't funny. Like Midjourney was the only usable image model for at least like 2 years, and I've been quietly using it for a bunch of random shit for as long as it's been available on Discord. That's the other crazy thing with Midjourney, is it was only available via a Discord bot until earlier this year, if I recall. Kind of wild. Like, I tried so hard to get early access to the web app, but man, they figured out everything from like instruction following to styles to, in particular, like realistic image generation way ahead of everybody else. But they're not a big lab. They don't have infinite funding like these other companies do. They just wanted a nice, tasteful image generation solution. And they also do a little bit of video now too, I think. I haven't kept up with them though, because they're not doing things. I haven't kept up with them recently though, because they have been trounced by GPT Image 1. The GPT image model was the first image model that was good enough to start massive trends online. I'm sure we all remember that era where everybody was posting their Ghiblified images, as well as the piss filter that they were all hit with so hard. The good days, I still think Sam Altman's Twitter profile pic is a Ghiblified image. Yeah, it is. Like, yeah, that was a moment. And it still has the classic piss filter. Proud of him for sticking with it. That moment was crazy. And that moment was only possible because Image 1 from OpenAI was such a leap from things like DALL-E and even like Midjourney, where its ability to follow a style and honor the original image that's being edited was incredible. It was the first image model that did text well too, and they had a lot of crazy techniques to make that possible. It didn't have too many fingers. It didn't have a lot of the weird quirks other ones did, so much so that the thing we made fun of it for wasn't the images being inaccurate, it was the piss filter. They all looked yellow. Oh shit, Talons, good to see you. Yeah. That said, they got trumped. Nano Banana. How do you let something named Nano Banana beat you? Yeah, Google is Google. Nano Banana was the anonymous name they used when people were evaluating the model in things like Ella Marina when they first had a build of it working. Since that name caught on and was funny, they decided to use that instead of the actual name, which is, I believe, because the name was funny and caught on, they decided to stick with it instead of using the actual internal name, which I believe is Gemini Flash Image 2 or something. And since then, they've also introduced Nano Banana Pro, which is internally Gemini Flash Image Pro or something. But it's branding that is stuck. They are now known as Nano Banana and Nano Banana Pro, respectively. Nano Banana was really, really good. GPT Image had a couple catches. In particular, it takes way too long to generate images. We're talking 2+ minutes sometimes. Sometimes it'll get as big as 5. It's crazy how long image 1 would take to generate things. Nano Banana flies. Nano Banana generates shit in seconds. It's hilarious how much faster it is. It wasn't quite as good at text, but it was good enough at it. And it did everything through the diffusion layer instead of GPT, which was handling a lot of tool calling and like other, what I believe are a canvas layer that they would use to add things to the image after the first pass. That was really promising and allowed it to do things no one had seen before. And then Nano Banana just crushed it. Way faster, way cheaper, no piss filter, roughly same accuracy, good enough at text. Not quite as good, but good enough. But then Pro dropped and just shit all over everything else. Nano Banana Pro is still screwing with my head with all the things that can be done. I just had a friend vibe code a demo in 2 minutes where you hand it a Twitter profile, it scrapes for your biggest tweets of the month, and then generates a PowerPoint presentation by generating each slide with Nano Banana Pro. Because it doesn't just have like some text on your image a little bit like on your shirt or something proper. It can generate full slide decks. It can generate like marketing images and shit. It is unbelievable what level of like text and spatial awareness Nano Banana Pro has. It makes it capable of things that I didn't think ImageGen would ever be able to do. So much so that it's almost a little bit scary. Which is why OpenAI responded with GPT Image 1.5. Notice how I didn't move its position in the chart. 1.5 is up to 3 times faster than Image 1 was. It can handle text better. It can do some things resembling diagrams. And it does photorealism decently well if you add it to the prompt enough times. Otherwise, it defaults to this weird cartoony look. I was going to make a dedicated video on 1.5, but it doesn't seem like anybody cares. And honestly, I'm included in that. I'm not that excited about it. Nano Banana Pro is still so fresh that I want to exhaust its limitations before I go dive deeper to figure out what the limitations of 1.5 are. That said, it's still really slow, so it's not that fun to work with. And even if it was 10% better, it's also 3 to 5 times slower, so I don't find it as particularly useful for me at this time. Yeah. Then we have the open weight chaos of everything else going on. And I would argue Midjourney is slightly below that simply because with the open weight models, you can do a lot of customization through things like LoRa's that lets you tune the behavior in specific directions. It's just the state of open weight image models is crazy right now. So yeah, I didn't put video in here because it's still so early. It's not a real use case. I guess Sora is slightly ahead of other things, but seeing what's cooking over at WAN with Alibaba, like WAN 2.6 is pretty nuts. It's hard to use those in a way where you can like really test their capabilities. So I'm not going to go deeper. I will say generally, OpenAI has a slight lead in video right now, but video barely matters. And the Chinese open weight labs are catching up really fast. Okay. So let's hop to document analysis. I'll move these out of the way more. Document analysis. I was just talking about this in my Gemini 3 Flash video. Gemini is so far ahead with this type of stuff, it's nuts. Gemini's ability to handle gigantic context, especially with Flash, it just chews through the shit. It can read a whole PDF. It can see the diagrams in it. It can get all the context out. It finds needles and haystacks really, really well. That said, GPT models are not bad at it either, especially the Nano model. I still think GPT-5 Nano is one of the most underrated models of recent times. And it was my favorite small model until 3 Flash just dropped. And now 3 Flash is crushing everything. If you remember my video about Tune, the alternative to JSON for making less token heavy data sets for models. If you want to take a giant CSV or a giant JSON blob and hand it to a model and use less tokens, Tune makes it really easy to do that. And it sometimes increases the accuracy of lookups. Like we see here, Gemini 2.5 Flash gets an 87.6% lookup accuracy with Tune, and it gets an 82% with JSON. GPT-5 Nano gets a 91% with Tune and an 89% with standard JSON, and also the same 90.9% with JSON compacted. So yeah, pretty cool. And this is a nano model. GPT-5 Nano is super small, super cheap, super fast, super nice. It's a great model. 2.5 Flash was close, but slightly behind. And honestly, for the last few months, I would argue 5 Nano has held strong as a meaningful lead for giant context data retrieval in needles from haystacks type stuff. And if you're curious how that compares to small models from other labs like Haiku from Anthropic, which is more expensive and slower and newer, it is a comical difference. It is over 4 times higher error rate. We're talking going from a 9% error rate to a 40% error rate. Gemini and OpenAI are just really far ahead with this stuff. And OpenAI has led it for a bit, but that's largely just because Google ships slower. Google doesn't drop models every few weeks like the other labs do. Now that Gemini 3 Flash is here, the gap is closed, and GPT-5 Nano went from first to second place. That said, I would argue third place right now is GPT-OSS. So they have second and third here, which is cool. But first has been slaughtered by Gemini 3 Flash. Allegedly, Mistral has some cool stuff for this, in particular the OCR side. I'll believe it when somebody who's smarter than me tells me more. But right now, I just don't see many use cases for it. And I think Gemini 3 Flash and 5 Nano are still really far ahead for these use cases. And now, agents and tool calling. I could include instruction following here. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. This is how well do they use the tools they're given? How reliably do they follow the format for the tool calls? Do they know what tools to use and when? And for a long time, Anthropic was king here. They kind of invented the standard accidentally. They made tool calls go from this weird, vague concept to the way we use agents now. It's just, tool calling is essential to how we use AI now. Everything uses it. It's just the format that allows for agents to know more than their models were trained on. It's essential. And Anthropic killed it here, especially with 3.5 Sonnet. That was the start of agent and tool call runs making a lot of sense for us to integrate. They maintained that lead for a while, but I would argue GPT-5 briefly gave the lead to OpenAI. A combination of their new Harmony response a combination of the model being trained on it, as well as the new Harmony response format. If you're not familiar, OpenAI open sourced the method for response shaping so that other labs and other hosts in particular, people hosting the OpenAI open source models, would be able to understand this format for things like messages and tool calls, etc. This format is an open standard. It's mostly written in Rust for their parsing for it. It's really cool they open source this and they've been as transparent as they have been around it. This made the introduction of the introduction. Why can't I talk at all? The introduction of Harmony made things a lot worse for GPT-OSS on drop because nobody had support for it yet. But as support slowly grew, it became a really strong point that made the OpenAI models and anything else able to follow Harmony a lot more reliable overall, which it was. And that's why for a long time, GPT-5 was the best tool calling model because it knew when to use the tools. It didn't overuse the tools. The formatting slowly got standardized enough that everything worked with it. And as long as you could deal with the wait times, it was a really good experience. And then Sonnet 4 dropped. And then Sonnet 4.1 dropped. And then 4.2. And then 4.5. And very quickly, GPT models stopped feeling like the best models for tools. They were still the smartest, and if you gave them a hard enough problem, you could see them shine. And then Opus dropped, and Opus 4.5 closed whatever gaps I perceived here still, and now GPT is comfortably in second place. And if you're wondering where does Gemini go here, not in a very good spot. I've had so many problems with Gemini models malforming tools, not understanding which tools to use, overusing tools, calling the wrong things, calling CLI when it should be calling a search tool. Just being weird as Google stuff tends to be. You know that feeling when you go to a new page on a Google site, like a new product they released, and you hover over a button, a little scared to click because you don't quite know what it's actually going to do? That's how it feels using any of Google's models for anything. And Gemini is just not great for tool calling because you never know where it's going to go with those tools. Especially when you look at things like snitch bench, my benchmark for how aggressively models will snitch on you when given tools that allow them to do such. And you'll see that Gemini 2.5 Pro is by far the most aggressive snitch because it loves to use the tools you give it for all sorts of things, even if the things don't actually matter or benefit it. That's just the nature of the model. To be fair, there are other models that I would put before Gemini, but I don't want to just sit here and talk about the weird nuances across all the open weight models, the very small number of XAI models that are good enough at tool calling, or the craziness that is Composer 1 and the weird things that are happening over at Cursor to build models that are good specifically at this. Just take my word for it. Opus is by far the lead, and GPT 5.2 is smarter slightly, but so much slower and still can malformat tool calls that I just don't find it as useful. I don't get errors from Opus. I very occasionally get errors from GPT 5.2. 50% of the time I run Gemini and something like Cursor, I get weird errors for malformatted tool calls. And then we have browser use. And if I'm being honest, I don't actually keep up to date on what's going on here too much. I think it's an overrated use case. It is my understanding that Gemini 3 Pro is a meaningful lead here, in that OpenAI had a brief lead with GPT-5 that they have since lost to Opus 4.5. And then GPT is now in third. Apparently, even Gemini 3 Flash is really good at this now because it's so good at visual processing. But you get the idea. Across this random set of categories I picked for things that I know enough about to talk about that I think are interesting enough to be competitive, OpenAI is in second or worst in every category. Mostly second place. In programming, it's number 2. In chat experiences, it's number 1, which is the edge they have to hold or they die. Images, they're number 2. Document analysis, they're number 2. Agent and tool calling stuff, they're number 2. And browser use, they're 2 or 3, depending on how you're measuring. This is where OpenAI currently is. But it is important to note that in every single one of these cases, the thing they initially released put them in number 1, and then quickly afterwards, they were pushed down to number 2 by some unexpected leap another lab made. But there's another way of looking at this. If we look at this instead, where we score first place is 3 points, second place is 2, and first place is 1, it gets very different. Let's do this scoring. Opus, so in programming, Opus is number 1. So 3, OpenAI 2, Google 1. Chat experience. Anthropic's so low, I don't even want to give them points, but I'll give them their 1 point. They get a 4 now because we add the 1. The 2 becomes a 5 because they're number 1. And Google keeps their 1 point. Image gen. Nano Banana is number 1. That puts them at 4. OpenAI gets 2 points. That puts them at 7. Anthropic doesn't get a score because they don't have any image models. Document analysis. Google is number 1. That puts them at 7 points. OpenAI is number 2. That puts them at 9 points. Anthropic is not even really on it. And if they were, they would be 1 point. I'll give them their 1 point. You can use it for that. I just wouldn't. Agentic and tool calling. Anthropic is obviously the lead, so they get 8. OpenAI is now at 11. And Google is going from 7 to 8 points. And then browser use, Gemini is number 1, so that puts them at 11. Opus is number 2, so that puts them at 10. And OpenAI is number 3, which puts them at 12. If we didn't include browser use, OpenAI would have been meaningfully in the lead, but since we did, they are still leading the other labs. And this is the point I really want to make. OpenAI isn't striving to be the best at almost any of these things. They are striving to make huge leaps in them actively. It isn't When they're making their image gen models, they're not looking at what Google's doing and saying, hey, how can we do that but 5% better? They're looking at the images they're generating and saying, how do we make the best possible images? How do we make this better? And then sometimes they have huge leaps, sometimes they don't. And the industry around them kind of just happens. Honestly, until like a few months ago, it didn't really feel like OpenAI paid any attention to what's going on outside of their own labs. That has shifted. It definitely seems like, especially after like the Code Red thing, they care a lot more about what's going on outside, but they still don't care that much. And the reason is simple. The chat experience. Google's goal, or OpenAI's goal, is not to crush every other lab at programming or document analysis. It is to be the default chat experience for most people using AI so that I don't feel like I have to go somewhere else. They don't have to be as good at Opus at writing code. If they can get good enough and you already are on the $20 or $200 a month tier on OpenAI, you have less reason to go try in the first place. If they're 5% worse at coding, but you're already paying for it, who cares? Same with image gen. I guarantee you GPT image gets way more generations than Nano Banana does on a given day because people who use ChatGPT will use it. My own mom has generated images on ChatGPT. There's no world in which my mom is generating images on fucking Nano Banana. That's not happening. If I told her the name of that model, she would laugh and say, wait, you're not joking? OpenAI doesn't need to have the best image generation. They need to have good enough that people use it in ChatGPT and don't feel like they should go somewhere else for something better. Do you know what this really hits for? Document analysis. If my mom has a PDF she got from, I don't know, a receipt for something that they did to the house, and she wants to know if she's getting scammed or not, she can submit that on ChatGPT and say, hey, do these numbers look reasonable? And as long as the answer makes any sense at all, she's not going to go look for another model to do a slightly better job analyzing that document. She doesn't care. She wants a good enough answer. Do you see the theme that we're developing here? OpenAI's goal isn't to be the best, it's to be good enough that most people have no reason to ever leave ChatGPT.com. More and more over time, the role of all the things OpenAI develops is not trying to be the best in the world. That does sometimes happen as a consequence of the incredible amounts of research and effort they're putting into all the stuff they're doing, but they don't care because 70% of their revenue comes from ChatGPT subs. As long as you don't have reason to leave, they don't care. And the reason that whole Code Red thing happened is because they saw a 7% dip in their week-over-week traffic. That's all they care about. That's all that matters to them. They couldn't give less of a shit about how much better. They couldn't give less of a shit that Nano Banana renders text slightly more accurately than Image Gen 1.5 does, because people are going to generate way more images on ChatGPT anyways. They couldn't give less of a shit that Opus is slightly better at tool calling in the harness within something like Cursor, because GPT can call tools totally fine because GPT-5 and 5.2 can call tools totally fine within the ChatGPT harness. They care about how it feels to use the models in their harness on ChatGPT.com. And as long as they still have a good enough experience there where they feel within spitting distance of the competition, who cares? The risk comes if there's ever a big enough gap, like there was before GPT image dropped. DALL-E was shit. Every other image gen was comically better than DALL-E. So they put a lot of work in to catch up. They ended up leapfrogging everybody else, and now they're just kind of keeping pace with it. And this is also interesting because the only company that can compete meaningfully here is Google, because Google has insane distribution. They have apps people use every day. If they integrate their AI stuff properly, the incentive you have to go sign up for ChatGPT goes down a ton. And that's the way Google wins with their bundles. But Google's software surface area for AI stuff is so fucking shit that it barely matters. Gemini being fourth place here is a very important detail that fundamentally changes how Google and OpenAI respectively think about things. If, hypothetically speaking, the Gemini app went from utter shit to roughly as good as Grok, suddenly OpenAI has to be a lot more scared. But right now, the harsh reality is, But right now, the reality is that the average subscriber to something like Google Workspaces is more likely to use ChatGPT than they are to use Gemini. Like, think about it. How many people do you know that are paying for Google Workspaces that have a domain that isn't at google.com or at gmail.com? How many of them use Gemini every day on gemini.google.com? And how many of them are using OpenAI models through ChatGPT, through their editor of choice, through the phone app, through T3 Chatter, whatever else? I know pretty much everybody I talk to on a day-to-day basis, other than like my family, has a Google Workspaces plan that they're paying increasingly large amounts of money for every month, and none of them use Gemini. The moment that changes, Google's strategy here has to shift significantly, but at this point in time, they're the default. The same reason Google doesn't really give a fuck about Gmail and doesn't bother updating it meaningfully is the same reason Google's okay with being second place. It doesn't matter how much better or more private Proton Mail is, because every company's using fucking Google or using Outlook still, I guess. It doesn't matter that Nano Banana Pro is slightly better than GPT Image 1.5, because people are already using ChatGPT. They already won. And that's the interesting thing. OpenAI does not give a fuck about being second place, as long as the gap isn't that big and they stay first in chat. The reason that OpenAI is okay with being in second place is because they already won first in the only category that matters, the app you open when you want to talk to an AI. And as long as they maintain that lead, they could fall to third, fourth, or even fifth place, because they're not in this for the small wins on benchmarks. They're in this to make the most money. And I would be very, very surprised if they stop making the absurd amounts of money they are. OpenAI is going to win, even if they stay second place. And that's a really weird thing to say, especially when I'm sitting here wearing my Google DeepMind shirt. But yeah, hopefully you get the idea. Hopefully this is a useful video. Thought it was an interesting rant. I'm curious how y'all feel. Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. I think that was a fun video. Infinite number document scanning. Interesting. Chandra. Interesting. I'll look into that more. All right, I get so excited about chat. He tells you about it practically every day. Yep. OpenAI's research is still best in class, so I don't know how much those people quitting matters in the end because they're still so far ahead. Yo, Bent Signal, Bard 3 drop, did it? Thank you for stopping by for the Prime for 8 months. Lumen Smith with the Prime as well, and Claghammer with the 7 months of support. An easy way for me to get to this. Click here, click here. Nope. Just 3 flash still. Is it really not dropped yet? That's annoying. You are right, Devin. This is very interesting. Online courses are getting crushed by AI, very interesting. This will be fun to read later. Rory 404. DM me a link to your favorite songs by them, and I will take a look later when I'm listening to music tonight. Economic research team. Oh, this was recent. Hesitant to publish research on the negative impact of AI. Interesting. I've not heard about this. I will save this to read later as well. I know nothing nowhere. I have so many Aesthetic songs in my listen later that I've not gotten to yet. That's like one of the deep dives I've been planning soon. Oh, there nothing nowhere's live right now on Twitch. That's cool. You be getting bought is kind of wild. Love Radiohead. I've not listened to the new Purity Ring. I really need to do that too. I have so many albums I have to get to. I haven't even gotten to the new like West Side Gun or Conway yet, and I love them both. I'm so behind on music. Love Jane Remover. Did not like the new album as much as a lot of others did. I liked previous Jane stuff a lot. I really like Delete Zeke too. So sad that that direction has been shifted from, but also love it still. I rotate a lot on where I read. I'll occasionally sit on the couch or the bed with a tablet, but usually it's my phone in the bathroom or my laptop when I'm having any downtime, which like barely happens anymore. Why'd I open that? That was a mistake. I have too many thoughts on Josephstein to summarize quickly. I wish I could, but I legitimately can't. I have way too much to say, which is kind of crazy considering that he's an artist that never has more than 2 sounds going at once, that I have so many things to say about him. Ugh, yeah, my calendar's hell. I'd say I'm neutral on Jusaf overall. He's interesting. I love Mike Dean. I absolutely adore Mike Dean. You guys are going to get me way too hard going on music stuff if we're not careful. If you just talk about music, I will talk about nothing but music, so I need to do other things. Chat, I missed these. Live chat, how much longer? Got questions, trying to remember them. Sorry, I did not see this before. Thank you. Why are Gemini 2.5 and 3 Pro the only models that can analyze video? This works really well in an AI studio. Used recently to screen record a long chat between 2 chatbots and stitch to text. It's just a weird thing to optimize for and get right. They're so far ahead that it's like funny, but it's also not a use case that's super, super common. And honestly, you can just grab images every 5 seconds and get enough good analysis from there. Shoo, I alt tab for 5 seconds, you drop another 50 bomb. What the fuck? You've had 2 decent exits and now found purpose working with AI and open source. You have 2 big projects you cite which features that were inspired by me and others. You asked Opus 4 what the top 10 tech that someone should be building. A chat interface takeaway from T3 Chat. Give you a really good tech stack for speed and scalability. Over the next couple months, I hear about the because people find them useful. Or hear about them, yeah. I hope so too, man. Congrats on the exits. Well deserved. Shit's not easy. Congrats, though, seriously. And going forward, feel free to pay that money forward to things like those open source projects. They can use the money much better than I can. Appreciate the gifts a ton. But seriously, go put the money in open source shit. You'd be amazed how far it goes, especially if you like give inference to projects. Like I just gave Socrae a key for $200 of inference on OpenRouter so we can continue the research that we're working on together. Finding places like that can be really, really good. But man, 2 exits is nuts. I am jealous. I'm at 0 so far. And that's across 180 investments. So I just want to worry, but fuck yeah. You're doing everything right, man. I appreciate you a ton. Thanks for stopping by and coming and hanging in chat and being so generous. It's really cool to see. And I'm super excited to see the results of you putting your effort and money into open source. I am so excited to have enough resources to justify doing that. Working my way there. And I'll keep an eye out for that DM. I want to do a music stream at some point. It's just the copyright shit around it is annoying, to put it lightly. I might just put out a mix. That's what I've been thinking. I have so much weird shit that I just want to put in like a box that can easily be shared, which means I probably need to just fucking make a mix of it. I'll figure it out. Kick would be hilarious, not gonna lie. I'll figure it out. Maybe by end of year, even if all goes well. But I'm so fucking busy that even figuring out what that would look like requires an amount of time and mental energy I don't have to spare. I'm gonna retire this one because I don't have enough to say about it. I still haven't gotten access to Disco, which is annoying. I think I'll do the Opus video as my last one. I know that I built the system for the dual audio thing at Twitch. We'll help spec it out and get it approved. It complicates my OBS setup a lot and requires me to like have an entirely different configuration, and it also only works on Twitch. My OBS right now is set for YouTube, and then I use multi-stream plugins to send things to Twitch. I'd have to re-architect how my OBS works for that, which I'm not opposed to doing, but it takes time and effort to do it in a way that doesn't break my main setup, which is a scary thing to do. I know people want a non-AI video, and I'm sorry, there's just nothing going on in non-AI, which sucks because the video I just did about the Shadsi and stuff was one of my best performing videos in a while. GitLab is fine, but like it's not good. GitLab is an alternative to GitHub in the most literal sense. It's a side grade. It's marginally better in some ways, marginally worse in others. It's still slow as fuck. It's slow as fuck. Do you actually think the trending repos on GitHub aren't AI stuff? Okay, ConvertX for converting files, open source. That's cool to see. Chatterbox, open source text-to-speech, AI. AI hedge fund, an AI hedge fund team. SimStudio, oh, I invested in these guys. Open source platform for building and deploying AI agents. Illegal TV streaming. China textbook. ChatGPT jailbreaks. A list of public APIs. Half this shit's AI and the other half is illegal. There's nothing here. I'll switch to monthly. There's the Libre pods, the attempt to like get Apple's AirPod features out of it. There is whatever that is. RustFS, an alternative to MinIO. Cool. AI-powered doc web OSINT. An agents tool. Magnetic AI agents for human-centered web agents. Claude Quick Starts. SQL native memory layer for LLMs. It's all AI shit. If you're looking for me to talk about non-AI things, don't tell me to go to trending where it's half AI things and the other half aren't interesting or are piracy. What's Light Panda? This is not really news. There's a ton of these. Not using Chrome is cool, but hard to know how valuable that will be. Any Evan of code highlights worth mentioning? The shorter year definitely made it feel very different. Yeah, had Gemini 2.5 Pro analyze 5-10-minute videos with better visual and philosophical depth than you could do. That's valuable. Oh, it's super valuable. To be clear, when I'm saying like video analysis isn't valuable, it's saying like video analysis versus grabbing stills and a transcript analysis. The gap between those is not that big. It's big enough that there's a real edge here with Gemini, but I just haven't seen many compelling demos or examples of the power of video analysis with AI. Just has not been the thing I've seen as much of. Working crazy, probably working now. Yeah, I feel you. I always make the time for AOC because I care so much about it. Firefox planning to be an AI browser. I don't have enough to say on that. I feel like I'm tired of the Firefox topic. Like I've just beat it to a dead horse. The people who won't move, and the people who would move already have. There's nothing else to say. Mozilla runs their company like shit. They waste money on things that don't matter, and they're following trends in hopes that Google will pay them enough money to survive. It's just stupid. It's the usual thing. Maybe I do have enough to say. Yeah, I guess I should do this. It's annoying. Firefox is an AI browser now. Label, priority. Nope, not requires planning. Priority. Let's remove that label. Cool. Let me find the tweets so I can get the sentiment. Oh, this was so good. I need to look through the replies to that later. I just randomly had that idea and it went very funny. Cool, there we go. Next goes what I wanted. This will deal with later. I don't need. Let's do this one. I'm annoyed. I feel like I have to, but we'll do it. What was this? This looks very fun, actually. I will watch that later. Don't. You're annoying me. A bright data wrapped API. Oh boy. Firefox AI and CEO. You have officially annoyed me. You are timed out. You'll be banned if you're annoying again. Let's do this. God, what is that? I don't. This does not have any context. Cool. Let's hop here. Good enough to start. Let's do it. Oh boy, my favorite browser is changing again. I can't wait for Mozilla's new CEO to take over and do all these awesome plans. Anthony just took the reins and he has made some bold statements that I'm sure all Firefox users are going to love, especially after all of the changes recently around the privacy of Firefox and how they're no longer guaranteeing it. And they deleted some and they deleted the call out about privacy in their terms about how they'll never sell your data. And then just so happened to put out a product that wraps Bright Data, one of the bigger data scraping platforms on the web. I'm sure that they're going to be all in on building around trust. Yeah. Every product we build must give people agency in how it works. Privacy, data use, and AI must be clear and understandable. Huh? Second, our business model must align with trust. We will grow through transparent monetization that people recognize and value. Cool. And then 3, Firefox will grow from a browser into a broader ecosystem of trusted software. Firefox will remain our anchor. It will evolve into a modern AI browser. Oh. This tweet blew up from Nix, and I understand why. People who use Firefox are very different from the people who want an AI browser. I know this because I am somewhere between the two. I don't want an AI browser, and I also don't want Firefox, but it means I understand both groups very well. And man, I feel like I'm the only person who's not surprised by this at all. There's a lot to talk about here, from the history of Firefox and how it raises money, why they exist still in the first place, how they're going to survive in the future, and most importantly, why the fuck is Mozilla adding AI to Firefox? I can't wait to talk about all of this, but if I know anything about browsers, is that they don't pay the bills. So I'll do a quick pause for today's sponsor. Cool. Actually, better takeaway. If I've learned anything in my years of researching and talking about browsers, is that the only way you make money in them is having Google pay you way too much for the default search engine. We're not being paid by Google for default anything, so we're going to take a quick word from today's sponsor instead. Cool. Yeah. So in order to understand how we got here with Firefox, we need to go back a little bit. Okay, we need to go back more than this. If you're not familiar with this drama, this was in February of this year. Firefox made a change here where they specifically had in their FAQ section, does Firefox sell your personal data? And there was an answer of, nope, never have, never will. And we protect you from many of the advertisers who do. Firefox products are designed to protect your privacy. That's a promise. And this section was removed as a real commit. Kind of crazy. This was, publicly speaking, the beginning of the end of Firefox's perception, and I am proud to be one of the advocates leading the charge against the shit show that is the current Mozilla team. I feel bad because I do have friends who still work there that tend to... I feel a bit bad because I do have friends who work there, and I know how hard they work to make Firefox and other Mozilla products good, but they've also killed enough of the things I love. They've also acted weird enough publicly, and the ways that they waste their money are just insane. So let's go through a bit of history. How did Firefox get here? Firefox's start was from the ashes of the Netscape chaos. They wanted something that couldn't be beaten or taken away the same way, so they decided to go open source, and Firefox did great. There was a while where Firefox was the default browser everyone wanted to use because it was by far the best one. Not just the best for privacy or because it's open source, but because it was actually the best browser that followed standards the best, had the most functionality, and was the fastest and most reliable by a lot. It's actually crazy how far ahead Firefox was at the time. My cat wants attention. I'm going to let him say hi quick, then we're kicking him out. Cursed myself. I stubbed my toe right after kicking him out. What the fuck was all that sound? Where'd all of that come from? I don't even know what the sounds were. I just saw sounds going off. Discord shit? Okay, good to know. Closed. That will stop now. Sorry. Nothing should be making sound on my computer. Okay. Sorry about all that. It wasn't Discord. Oh, is it still going off? What the fuck? Let me... What the fuck even can be making... Oh, is it Twitch? Oh, it's... Fuck you, Twitch. It's not your fault, Wabo. It's Twitch's fault for doing stupid bullshit. It's fine, Wabo. Not your fault. Fuck Twitch. Once again, muted forever. I hate Twitch so much. Man, if I was still there, the speed at which I would go delete any wave files, they sneak into the fucking web code base and yell at whoever merged that. If any of my Twitch friends are watching right now, go delete whatever the fuck that is right now. Don't make any streamer's life harder managing their audio. It's like the one thing we care about. Don't fuck with our audio. I'm not going to reopen Discord. If it's important, it'll get to my phone. Anyways, cool. Firefox was so far ahead of other things that have coined a term for the long-term effect of it. I call it good faith debt. I call it good faith debt. It's a thing that happens when a player is... This is a thing that happens when a solution is genuinely so far ahead of the competition that is perceived as better for a long time, even when it no longer is. And Firefox is like the golden example of this. It was so far ahead that people still treat it like a good option, even though it hasn't been for years. Another great example of this is a project that I get flamed whenever I talk about, VLC. VLC is not only not a good video player, it is an actively bad and destructive one for various video formats and things that are even vaguely modern. VLC does not handle captions properly. It does not handle HDR really at all. It does not handle any modern video formats whatsoever. It does not let you bring your own codecs to modernize those things. And the reason is because there's a new version of VLC that was supposed to ship in 2021 that still hasn't, which means that the version that people download from the website is massively out of date and can't even play a video from an iPhone properly. Yes, really. But everybody still shills VLC because at the time, it was revolutionary having a single exe you could download and play almost every video file ever with it. That was so monumental, so absurd, so incredible that 10 years later, we still pretend VLC is good. The same thing happened to Firefox. By being 10 times better than everything else and open source and freely available and maintained it all, you end up with this huge positive perception around the thing that persists way beyond the relevance of the thing. And that's where we're at with Firefox. Because Firefox was so disgustingly far ahead of everything else, it got a lot of earned good faith that they've been slowly burning through since as they continue to let the browser fall apart. This isn't about the gradients thing that they finally fixed after I harassed them enough. This isn't about view transitions taking forever. This isn't even about the privacy thing. This is just the slow death of the browser, as well as the death of all the other things that have occurred around Mozilla, including Pocket, which is one of my favorite apps ever. They bought it, let it rot for 3 years, and then killed it. And I am still very upset about that. Regardless, you get the idea. The good faith debt thing is the key problem that has allowed Firefox to be perceived the way it is now, despite the fact that it's slowly been falling apart forever. And the way Mozilla runs their shit is questionable at best. But in order for them to do all of this, in order for them to exist, you know what? Let's do a thought experiment. How many employees do you think Mozilla has? Just pick a number. Get one in your head. We'll show what chat guesses, and then we'll go look at the actual answer. How many employees do you think Mozilla currently has? Hopefully you have a number in mind. Here's my chats. 1, 100, 250, 2,000, 200, 600. Mostly in the hundreds, a few in the thousands. Around 2,000 employees. Mozilla is employing 2,000 people. And as you expect, chat immediately gets this. What the actual fuck? That's crazy. Now go look at their job titles. I'm scared too. So you would imagine they must have some designers amongst that, right? Well, they probably do. But Mozilla also loves to rebrand and redesign themselves every few years, and they spend a shitload of money whenever they do it. Oh, this is great. This came out before the AI slop writing was a big deal, but they still did it. Mozilla isn't just another tech company. M-. We're a global crew of activists, technologists, and builders, all working to keep the internet free, open, and accessible. They were ahead of the curve, or they were way ahead of the curve with the M-AI slop openings. But here's where it gets fun. We've teamed up with global branding powerhouse Jones, Knowles, Ritchie, JKR to revamp our brand and revitalize our intentions across our entire ecosystem. I'm going to ask T3 chat what it thinks a redesign like this would cost. And so you guys don't accuse me of bias, I'm going to go ask ChatGPT as well. According to T3 chat with Kimmy, with no search at all, just ballparking, said between 500K to 5 mil euros. Kind of funny, it defaulted to euros. Probably don't have ChatGPT signed in on this browser. I don't have anything here I don't want to. Cool. How much do you think? Same deal, asking ChatGPT. It'll probably do actual research. Significantly slower than T3 chat was. Yeah. Their estimates are between 2 mil and 15 mil, depending on what they did. And that's one of the redesigns that we've seen them do over at Mozilla. They've done a couple of these where they're spending millions of dollars to have a custom font made and a new logo that nobody likes. Yeah. So that's how they're spending their money. But where the fuck are they getting that money? How are they able to afford all of the costs for all of the things they run, all of the 2,000 employees, and all of the money that it takes to do a big redesign with a gigantic, really fancy firm like this? My chat's now concluded that this is money laundering, that they're just trying to move money to design agencies. And honestly, I understand why you would think that when you see all of these things. It's pretty nuts. That said, they are currently trying to hire for a staff UX designer for AI. Yeah, sorry. The staff UX designer for AI investment specifically. Yeah. Do you see what we're dealing with here? Oh, thank you, Shoemoney, for another 50 bomb. God damn, I somehow missed that. Thank you so much, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Cool. The point I'm trying to make here is that Mozilla loves Fire. Not Firefox. They love Fire on money. Firefox, or Mozilla spends more time lighting money on Fire than they do on Firefox. This has been a habit of theirs for a long time now. But where does the money come from? Mozilla doesn't charge for Firefox, and they certainly weren't making much money on my $5 a month subscription to Pocket. Where's the money coming from? They make some amount from donations, but the majority comes from one particular deal. Google pays $500 million or more per year to keep Google the default search engine in Firefox. I don't think this is actually worth 500 mil to them, and I don't think that's why they're doing this. The reason that Google does this is because they need Firefox to stay alive in order for Chrome to not be an obvious destructive monopoly. Google benefits not just from Firefox existing, but importantly from Firefox being good, because Google didn't make Chrome to win the web. They made Chrome because they were tired of maintaining shit desktop apps, and they wanted it to be easier for them to build web apps and have a good experience on computers. If Firefox was good enough and was adopting web standards fast enough, they would never have made Chrome. They were huge Firefox advocates at Google, but they wanted to keep pushing web standards forward, which is why they made Chrome. And they want Firefox to keep improving, which is why they fund Firefox. That said, the search engine thing's a really convenient angle for them to take with this, and it also does benefit them to have Google everywhere no matter what. Makes sense. This is a payment that passes my sniff tests. Apple's payments are... For contrast, Apple gets $3 billion plus a year for including Google search as the default on iOS. That one is much more Google trying to stay the default search engine than this one is, because Firefox users are much more likely to change their default search anyways. They're not getting 500 mil of value out of this. Obviously, they're doing this to keep Firefox alive, which is why it is so absurd that they go and waste their money and just light it on fire with redesign after redesign, new font after new font, and employee after employee. What's really crazy is the browser I'm using right now, Zen, is an open source Firefox, not really fork because it's still very closely based on the original, but it's a combination of a fork, a pile of changes, a skin, and a few other things. I love Zen. It's a great browser. The team making it's great. The team is 2 kids. Same with Helium, the other default browser I use. I use Helium a ton because I need a Chromium base for a lot of the work I do. Also, just 2 kids building it. And these browsers are moving way faster, are improving way more frequently, and just are better experiences than what Mozilla is cooking with Firefox and their 2,000 fucking employees. Yeah. Absurdity. Actually absurd. So yeah, if you're looking for a better browser from this video, if your goal is ultimate web support, privacy, and just a lot of taste and subtle care to things, I really like what's cooking over at Helium. But if you want something closer to Arc that has the fancy sidebars and all the cool features that make the UI good enough that I like using it in videos like I am here, Zen's UI is far and ahead the best in the field right now. Zen if you want a different way of thinking about the web. Helium if you wish Chromium sucked less. You get the idea. Cool. Back to where we were here. So Google is pissing money into Firefox, and Firefox and Mozilla are burning it on all sorts of shit that doesn't matter. But something else happened recently. Apparently The Verge now locks me out. End of last year, the Department of Justice started investigating Google's search monopoly. In particular, they had planned to not allow Google to keep funding exclusivity deals for search, where right now Google can pay a company like Apple or like Mozilla to default to their search engine. That was going to be made illegal because of monopolistic ruling. If you can just pay to stay the default, no one will ever compete with you. This would immediately kill Mozilla because it's the source of most of their funding. So as silly as it is, the So as silly as this sounds, an attempt to make Google less monopolistic would actually have made them more monopolistic because it would have instantaneously just slaughtered Mozilla. And Mozilla begged to the court that they don't enforce this ruling because if they do, they die. That said, this also means Mozilla is now much more aware of their one source of cash potentially drying up, and they're much more scared of this potential as well. So they suddenly have to care a lot more, which they did by redesigning their entire brand platform for no fucking reason. Okay, to be fair, this happened around the same time, so it was probably being worked on way before. But I hope they stop doing this bullshit because this is just a money pit. So if they want some other way to make money, do you know what makes a lot of money in tech right now? Depends on who you ask, but if you ask people who don't know what's going on, they're going to say AI, and it seems like Mozilla, as a company that is leading the industry and not knowing what the fuck is going on, AI is a bet they want to make. Yeah. Firefox will remain our anchor and will evolve into a modern AI browser. Yeah. The reason they're doing this is they need some way to potentially still have income if the Google deal dries up. And hypothetically, they could actually make money from users if they find a way to charge them. Funny enough, my old search engine of choice, DuckDuckGo, kind of fell for the same thing because they're trying really hard to do no tracking, no ads, no sketchy shit in the browser when you're searching. And the way that they've chosen now to make more money is by pushing AI. Did they not have it on here anymore? Well, let's do a test search. There we go. Duck AI and their search assistant. They're trying really hard to get people to start using the AI at DuckDuckGo, so you'll start paying them. I don't know how well it's going for them because I've never seen anybody actually using it. Supposedly, they're an alternative to T3 Chat. Yeah. Is T3 Chat making real money? Yes. Is it making enough to sustain 2,000 fucking employees? Not even kind of. Not even close. We're off by multiple orders of magnitude. So yeah, that's not going to make them the money that they need. And I think they don't know that, which is why they're being so stupid. I also have the hot take that AI browsers aren't that useful. I have been trying to find use cases, both myself and amongst my friends. It is just rare that I have tasks on the web where pulling up a sidebar and saying, do this for me, makes any sense, even if they were faster. Like just yesterday, I had a friend who has never removed an address from their Amazon, and they had like 200 plus addresses in it. And there's no way to bulk remove. So you had to manually click remove, okay, wait for the page to reload. Remove, okay, wait for the page to reload. So we decided to try this with Atlas. And it got about a third of the way before it concluded that it was done. And each of those steps took like 20 seconds because it would do the step, wait, take a screenshot, process it, and do the next thing. Even if it didn't, even if the AI went from okay to perfect, that was the only use case I could think of, and it was still not really that useful. It is rare I find tasks that are on the web that really feel viable for this type of thing, especially when you consider the security risk that is inherent with these when you have prompt injection problems. When a page can hide text in a way I don't see it, but the AI does and parses it and could do something bad, that's not good. And if your service is shitty enough that AI automating it could make it a better experience, you should probably do that yourself rather than letting a browser do it worse. There just isn't much use case for AI in my browser directly, which is why the companies that bet on it the hardest, like the browser company, killed Arc in favor of Dia, their shit AI browser, ended up having to get bought by everyone's favorite company, Atlassian, so they could integrate with Jira. That's where this goes. That's where this ends up. And I'm afraid Firefox is going down that same path. I'll read a little more of what the new CEO had to say. That's the redesign article. Here's one from the new CEO. Also, what was his role before? I need to switch to my actual LinkedIn account to find this. Sorry. It's actually interesting. He was at Wayfair, the furniture site and store, for 7 years. Went on to Better, which was a mortgage product. Ended up at Roofstock as an advisor and also CPO for a while, which is some equity management company and rentals in particular. And now is at Mozilla, was SVP of Firefox as of December, right around the same time this stuff happened with the potential changes to Department of Justice rulings that would keep them from getting their previous money. He joined right after all that started, became general manager of Firefox, and is now CEO as of a few days ago. Very interesting path to take here. Also explains that weird listing people found that was... It also explains that weird job listing around investment UX. Seems like they're trying to find some way to take his history with financial advice and management stuff and tie that in. But it all seems like a Hail Mary play. Like, none of this seems particularly viable to save Firefox. Let's see what else he had to say. When I joined Mozilla, it was clear that trust was going to become the defining issue in technology, and the browser would be where the battle would play out. Bold statements considering the diff that I pulled up earlier. The promise that was deleted just a few months after you joined, sir. AI was already reshaping how people browse. AI was already reshaping how people search, shop, and make decisions in ways that were hard to see and even harder to understand. I saw how easily people could lose their footing in experiences that feel personal but operate in ways that are anything but clear. And I knew this would become a defining issue, especially in the browser, where so many decisions are about privacy, data, and transparency now originate. Interesting. As Mozilla moves forward, we will focus on becoming the trusted software company. This is not a slogan, it's a direction that guides how we build and how we grow. Sure. He is saying a lot of the right things, but then sneaks in the things nobody wants, like that. People trust our brand. Firefox brings us global reach. Our teams know how to build reliable, independent software at scale, and our business model puts the user first. There's no business model, sir. You're not making money. The business model is having enough users that Google pays you. That's it. Also, that guy is annoying me. I'm just going to ban him. Okay. ABCH. Looks like the deleted message didn't even persist here. Oh, 11 were deleted because he was banned. Cool. Thank you, guys. Not the gifter. No, the gifter's great. We love him. She's great. Cool. We'll measure our progress against a double bottom line. Man, this guy really is an investor. Wild to use a line like that and then link a PDF. This is so corpo bullshit. Okay, I like the writing style, though. When we created Mozilla Foundation in 2003, we committed to the public, parentheses, and to the IRS, that we would guard the open nature of the internet. This is our North Star. We need to do to AI what we did to the web, decentralizing control by making open source and open standards the norm, and then build popular and community-driven products that give people real agency and choice. Sure. Cool. Here's the double bottom line part. Mozilla measures the success of our Mozilla measures its success of our investments against a double bottom line, our ability to advance our mission and succeed in the market. Over the next 3 years, we believe we need to focus our double bottom line measures on A, AI that advances the manifesto, and B, diversifying revenue away from search. They're literally saying it here. They are trying to make money in ways that aren't the Google search deal. So the bottom line, AI plus manifesto. 100% of their orgs will have at least one flagship AI offering actively advancing the manifesto and track the impact. So this isn't just like they're going to have some AI in some places. This is every single team at Mozilla is expected to have at least one flagship AI offering that is driving the success of the business. They are literally telling every single team at the company, go build AI. That's your job now. And the other goal is diversification of revenue, which is 20% year-over-year growth in non-search and non-Google revenue aggregated across the Mozilla portfolio. Literally calling out Google. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say Google keeps this company afloat. They say it in their own docs. They are so close to dying without Google's money. And then there's their portfolio, because they have other investments in outside revenue and other things too. And they're hoping to get at least 24 mil from those other things. We can move the needle on these metrics. It'll be an indicator that we are building a more sustainable Mozilla, M-, and tracking towards our North Star. Seems like they're using AI for this, at least. Apparently, they have a hugging face now, too. Not much going on here of value. Will be interesting to see how that goes for him. Yeah. Firefox and Thunderbird are respected products. I haven't heard the name Thunderbird in years. They also have $1.3 billion in the reserves because they've just gotten so much money from Google over the years. That's like 2.5 years of the Google payments. And Thunderbird's Android app is nice. It's a really funny thing to say because the Thunderbird Android app started separately outside of them. And it was purchased because it was open source and the maintainer built a great app, sold it to them, and then fucked off. And now they're trying their best to maintain it. Oh, Thunderbird. And apparently their weaknesses, according to them, are the over-reliance on the search deal, which is 85% of their revenue is Google. 85% of the money they make is from the Google deal. That would kill them instantaneously if they lose it. Their other weaknesses are AI talent, limited pool of technical talent experience with AI and data. So they're going to hire more is what they're saying. They're going to spend even more money hiring more people. Then these people are going to be really, really in demand. I'm sure that's not going to be a money pit. And then execution. They have a mixed track record turning ideas into actions. They have a mixed track record turning ideas into actions and into results. Slow. Yeah. And not just the browser, which is slow. Everything else too. Oh God, here's a fun one. Open source AI needs a Linux-like breakthrough for mainstream adoption. Mozilla could lead this shift and gain substantial market share by making open source AI the default developer choice. And here we have their strategy. Mozilla needs to do for AI what they did for the web. Pillar 1, developer platforms, open source in the AI era. And here their assets are their venture portfolio, which again seems like where a lot of their money is Mozilla had enough money to do investments, and they did those investments. They have some money as a result of those investments, and that's why the CEO is a guy who came from an investing fucking company. Do you see the pattern here? They are trying to turn money into more money because if they don't, they're going to lose all their money very fast. They are a weird browser stapled on to this like super strange search deal plus venture capital firm. This is so weird. They're in such a strange position. I I don't see a future for this. The next pillar is trusted AI experiences, the consumer products. And then pillar 3 is tech by and for everyone. Build public interest and sovereign tech built side by side with communities, philanthropists, and governments outside big tech hubs like Silicon Valley. God. And Mozilla Ventures, the other actual hope they kind of have. I wish them luck, I guess. I think it's pretty clear how doomed they are. I think my chat agrees that this is pretty bad. Again, if you're looking for a better browser, I'm in one right now, Zen. I have another one I like a lot, Helium. These two browsers are great. I highly recommend them. And if you want to know what Waco's stance is on this stuff, yeah. Perplexity paid Firefox for even more ad placements, and now they call it privacy focused on the App Store. I guess privacy is just a buzzword that means nothing to Mozilla. Yeah. Yeah. You get the idea. I don't think Firefox is a good enough browser to be worth all this other bullshit. I really don't think Firefox is going to survive much longer. If you haven't made the move now, I hope this is enough incentive, because the people who like Firefox do not like the things happening now. If you're some person that happens to like all of this together, please leave a comment telling me such, because I don't know if this person is real or if they exist. I think Mozilla is imagining people at this point, which makes sense considering how they spend their money. I'm out. I have nothing left to say about this company. I really hope I never have to talk about them again, but there you go, guys. Have fun, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Give me number 2. Not the article I want. This is the one I want. Cool. It is now 6:30. I've been going for 5 hours, and I've only moved out of the seat to move my cat. I might have that Opus video in me. Okay, nothing seems too on fire. I think I can possibly do one more. Oh shit, Wabo with all of the cheers causing all sorts of weird, funny things. I did see the GitHub retraction. I'm sorry, YouTube chat. Too much going on today. We got a lot of you guys showing up. We had almost fucking 1,600 people watching at a point. 1,300 plus. Jesus Christ, thank you all. Did I miss my monetization? No, I hit it all. Cool. Yeah, I saw the retraction for the actions pricing. They apologized for the pricing changes and put them on pause. I did turn off the sun. Did it go off again? Cool. Tab is muted, and now it will stay muted. Cool. Yeah, it might be client side, but I think it snuck through again. Annoying. Thank you for stress testing my setup. Gonna yell at Twitch people later. The Tanstack migration video will come out as soon as there isn't a big news piece to drop right before it. A lot of my videos are much more time sensitive. I would just use Mux. Like, don't, if the way you process large videos isn't core to your business, just don't fucking do it yourself. Tansec AI seems cool, but isn't really in a place where it makes much sense for me. I think I'll do the Opus video. Marker, Opus is better than I thought. I need to have an honest moment with you guys. I've been thinking a lot about the flagship models, and I know I'm wearing a DeepMind shirt. I just happened to be wearing it today because it was Flash 3 day. Hurrah, Google dropped a new model that's really good. But it's hard to care as much as I used to because I have a model that's kind of just solved the problems that I work in every day, so much so that I've been coding more. Normally, I would cut to some screen about the model or whatever, but I'm cutting to an actual screen from our actual GitHub for T3 chat because I went from not filing any PRs since October, to be fair, I have been very busy, to doing like 7 in a day. And I know there have been a lot of memes about this code just being Opus. In fact, the T3 chat account demolished me for this. Just reviewed, code is too good to be his, must be Opus. It largely was. And that's not just because I'm lazy or bad at coding or whatever. It's because Opus is so good, it's become one of those moments where the way I code changed a bit. I did not think that would be the case. I thought GPT-5 was the closest I would feel to that. But Opus is hitting different. I was originally planning a more thorough video that was going to be like Opus versus 5.2 versus Gemini 3 Pro, but I can't bring myself to do it because I don't fucking care anymore. I just want to use Opus. I don't want to spend time comparing all these models and doing all these harnesses and doing all that stuff when I could just be building with Opus. I don't want to be wasting time on charts and evals and things when I could just be using Opus. I don't want to be wasting time discussing new features and plans and predictions for where T3 Chat could go when I could just be prototyping it with Opus. It's a really good model. And I don't think I did it enough justice in my first video because I hadn't been using it every day yet. And now that I've been building with it constantly for weeks, I have a lot more to say. That said, I've also been spending a lot more money on inference than I usually do, and someone's got to cover the bill. So to justify all of the chaos I've been going through, we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor. So where do I even start with this? I guess we'll start with the easy PR. This one was not done at all by Opus. This one was relatively easy. It's funny, this video is about how much I like Opus, and the first PR is me changing the default on T3 chat to Kimmy. It seems contradictory, but I still don't think Opus is a great model for talking to or asking questions in general. It is a workhorse. It is a model that needs a harness. The same way that like a horse can't pull a cart without something attached to it, Opus is useless without something riding it or controlling it. Kimmy's great for talking to, which is why we made it the default. But the other PRs here, like this legacy models one, which is a feature I've wanted on T3 chat forever because we have a lot of models. And rather than have the UI cluttered with all of them, we can stuff them under this legacy model section, which it turns out over half the models we have been trumped. So 55 of our 80 or 90 or so models are now legacy. And doing this with a good UI and a good pattern for like, if I want to fork a thread, which is one of my favorite features in T3 chat, I can branch this off and pick a different model. I can pick one of the new DeepSeek ones or show legacy models and pick one of those. All of this UI, all of this functionality was, for the most part, a one-shot pass by Claude with Opus. If any of these in work, do not. So here I am in Cursor in the actual T3 chat codebase. Reminder that I just set this laptop up recently, so my whole history is not here. But I started with the chat archive feature. And if we scroll up, I gave a screenshot and a plan. The screenshot was of just the core UI. I just wanted to give it a little hint. We're adding an archive chat feature to this. Oh, that's just for archive chat. Legacy model was older. Cool. Right to the top. I want to change how models are displayed to be less overwhelming to the user. Main change I want is to make legacy models. Instead of all models being shown, old versions of models should be tagged as legacy and put under a fold of some form, i.e., since we have GPT 5.2, 5.1 should be legacy. Add the new flag and update the UI accordingly. It just went and did it. It added this new tag for legacy. It did try to update the models with the legacy true or false, and it got almost all of them wrong. So I had to go through by hand and tag all of the models, which was the slowest part of this by far. Thankfully, I know all of the models way too well, so I was able to do this relatively quick, but the AI was not capable of that. It's weird that that type of weird data bullshit was not great. But on the other hand, the actual implementation was really great. Also, yo, good to see you, CM. Good to see you, Griff. Happy you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. For those who don't know me, I'm Theo. I film videos live on Twitch about all sorts of tech stuff and then put them on my YouTube channel. We're currently doing a video on why I like Opus 4.5 so much. Yeah. And good to know that Ecto stuff was not great with Kimi, but Gemini 3 handled it great. I want to have some type of default where we switch between the two depending on what you're doing. Still thinking deeply about that. I love how Kimi talks, and I really like talking to Kimi. Thanks for stopping by. Anyways. Yeah. So it read through the file, understood the structure. Let's mark the legacy models, and it marked a handful. This one it marked was Claude 3.5. So it knew 3.5 Claude was out of date, but it didn't know too many others. It tried its best, but wasn't super accurate. It then went and did the UI pass. It created the sort. It created the state. Created all the things it needed to. It did a really good job. It ran a type check and a lint check just to make sure everything was fine. Caught some small mistakes. Found a missing dependency. Handled that. And then told me what it did. I said, I don't think the filtering's working. It went and changed it very slightly. Then it seemed to be better. And then I went through and did all the manual tagging, and it was good. This was like one back and forth where I said, I don't know if the filtering's working. Then went and changed some things, and we were good. I filed a PR. It got merged, and now we've shipped it. Can I do the only check certain commits thing? Yeah, cool. Let's do from... everything up until Mark's changes. Cool. So here are all the changes that were made by me and AI, primarily the AI. We added the legacy field to the OX lint because we have a lint plugin to make sure we have all of those in the right order, and Julius asked me to add that. So that one was me, this one string. The archive icon and all of the UI for this was created by Opus. Still all Opus code, all Opus code. Still all Opus code. And then the ModelDB file that's folded, that one was me because I went through and added legacy a whole bunch. And the type, having legacy here, that was Opus. You get the idea. I did not do very much work for this. I read the code, I made sure it worked well, but this is a feature I've wanted for months that nobody on the team had time to sit and figure out and do. So I told Opus to, and it did in one shot with very, very little additional instruction. At this point, I realized that my relationship with this model was changing and that I wanted to go a little bit further. I wanted to see how far could I go with this. So I asked it for another feature I've wanted for a while, chat archiving. Let me switch to this branch quick because I still have it up as a branch. Yeah, archive threads. Cool. One sec. Of course, that's not signed in. That's not my main browser. Let's switch over here. Cool. So here we go. Basic archiving. I want archiving so that you can have things that aren't your main content that you don't want like showing here, but you don't want to delete in an archive. So I can go and see those and, oh, look at that. Object contains extra field show archive that's not in the validator. Oh, this is because additional changes were made and I don't know if they got pushed properly. Document ID and thread tables does not match. Okay, yeah, that changed. Give me a sec to go delete that. Actually, I want to showcase one of the things that I think is so cool about Convex. The changes in my code base aren't able to push to Convex, my database right now, because there's data in the database that does not match the shape of the schema. So watch what happens when I fix that. It said which thread ID it was. I could go find this particular thread ID. You know what? I will do that. Filter and sort by ID equals this. That's not the ID. I hate that I can't copy. Is it just C to copy from this? Cool. So here is this row. This is the one that's bad because it has some fields that don't exist anymore. So I'm going to delete this. And now it's uploading the functions to Convex. It couldn't, but now it can. Well, I guess there's other fields that are bad too. But how cool is it that the live updating of Convex goes that far? That it's not just live updating. It's not just live updating the user experience. It's also live updating my database and the code pushing to it. The easiest solution here is I'm just going to delete all of the threads in my local DB. I don't need them. And now it's pushing again. And apparently it's broken because of selected Oh, I was working on profiles. That's why everything's broken. Switch to user config. Delete all of these in my development instance. Really, the functions are ready, but object contains extra field visibility in threads. I thought I nuked all the threads. Did I not? I did. Maybe messages. Whatever. I'll clear all of this out. Why not? Whatever. Make a new thread. Testing, testing 2, testing 3. Cool. Now I have my 3 threads. Everything appears to be working as expected now. Right click, archive. Now this thread is gone. When I go to archive, it's visible here. I've fixed the loading state in another PR that I did, again, with Opus. But how cool is it that a feature like this, that is segmenting the way that my whole user experience works, was also a one-shot? Let's look at how Cursor handled this one. Okay, to be fair, it wasn't a traditional one-shot. I had it make a plan. We're adding an archive chat feature to this app. Archiving should be an option in the right-click menu on threads. Archive threads should be accessible via an archive button somewhere logical in the UI. Plan out the change. I've attached the current state of the UI for reference. We scroll a bit, we can find the plan. Here is the plan that it made. It appears that it is broken because plans are so fucking absurdly broken in Cursor now. What the fuck? It's just gone. That's really cool. Thanks, Cursor. Yeah, cool. That plan doesn't exist anymore because Cursor doesn't know how files work. I will say, I tried doing a lot of this with Claude Code, and I hated Claude Code even more. Cursor still is my favorite way to use Opus. I'm sure there's plenty of other harnesses that work plenty well, but the plan mode in Cursor, if you're willing to fight the bullshit, is worth it. And I have been sitting with them a lot. Like, I was at their office for a while earlier this week, just complaining about all these bugs. They're promising they're going to put a lot of time into fixing it and not just shipping features. I'll believe it when my editor's stable. So yeah, they're on thin ice, and the Cursor crash out video is pending them addressing these things. Regardless, I can't show you the plan because they ate the fucking plan because their editor doesn't fucking work. So yeah, know that. Regardless, take my word for it, the plan was fine. I asked it to make a few small changes, and it did. And then I told it to build, and it did. It has the to-dos. It has to add the new index in Convex. It has to add the show archive param in Convex. It has to add visibility as well. Then create the use archive thread mutation hook in the sidebar, add the archive and unarchive items to the context menu, and add the archive button to the sidebar footer. And now we can see it all. Awesome. And it went through and did all of these things surprisingly quickly and made a good result. It worked. It worked exactly how I would have wanted it to. I was happy. Oh, the last thing is I wanted to do it via query params because it was just doing it in client state. So refreshing would put you in weird states, and it was hard to like have the right message showing at the right time. Asking it to just put the question mark archive equals true query param fixed a lot of these problems. Really good. It made something surprisingly useful and functional. I had a couple small nits with it. I told it what the nits were, fixed the nits, and life moved on. At this point, I'm realizing the capabilities of this model are more than I thought they were. So I asked it for a thing, not necessarily that hard, but that touches a lot of parts. As you saw, the loading state for this version of T3 chat is not great. I refresh, you get that awful, gigantic skeleton with all of the blurry but big blobs that then vanish when it's done loading. That was upsetting to me. Thankfully, if you go to T3 chat now, it doesn't do that. We still do it in the bottom left there. I don't love that, and I have plans to fix it. But if we go to a production T3 chat, what's something here I can use for a test? Cool, we'll use Corgi skateboarding. I'll refresh on this. Everything fades in nice and elegantly now. Cool. I did this change twice with Opus. The first time, I just wanted to fix the sidebar because the sidebar looked really bad. So I asked it to just do that. I don't like how the loading skeleton state works in this app. It's awful for logged out users, showing a bunch of threads that don't exist. It's bad for logged in users with too much content, and it's also bad for logged in users with too much content being visible before the content comes in. I would prefer a more minimal skeleton and a better load-in animation, like the threads fading in on appearance. And it went and did this, and did a pretty okay job. I'll be honest, I was not impressed with the way it handled this. It didn't even work initially, because it was doing the fade-in for the whole thread list, but the data load happened in the thread list. So it would trigger, then load the data, then pop in the same way it did before. So I complained to it. In fact, it broke the UI entirely on its first pass. It did this. Normally at this point, I would do a fresh shot and give it better instructions, but this model's good. I wanted it to keep trying. So I told it, I don't know what the hell you did, but this is super broken. The transform in my animation is overriding the virtualizer's translate Y positioning that places each item correctly. Good realization for it to have, that it realized that the virtualization for our list was causing their transform to break. So it got rid of that, fixed it. But then the problem was when I scrolled up and down, items would re-fade because they were reappearing on the DOM. I said this. The list is virtualized, which causes all the content to re-fade in when I scroll back up. And here's where we got, the user is right. Very funny to see that. You're right. Virtualized lists unmount and remount items as you scroll, so the animation replays every time. Let me remove the fade in from the thread items. So removed it there. And now there's no animation. So it added it at the top. And this is actually a lot better. The thread list fades once the data first loads, but individual items won't reanimate when you scroll. The animation on the container, not the virtualized items. Awesome. Looked much better. It was always showing a loading spinner, though. I didn't like that. So instead, I told it, can we delay the loading spinner until a certain amount of time has passed, like 2 to 3 seconds? It immediately rushed to do it in fucking JavaScript. I am the JavaScript guy, but that's not something you should do in JS. And I said as much. And this is, again, like the model's not doing all of the work for me. It's doing a surprising amount of work. This feels like the back and forth I would do with a pretty skilled but not super knowledgeable employee that would take days to do all this back and forth, but instead it's happening in like 2 minutes. Why do it with JS? Can't we just put a CSS animation on it to delay appearing for 2 seconds? Great point. Another, the user is right. Great point. Much cleaner with CSS. It removed all the JS it had just added, and it added a single like fade in animation delay 2 seconds. And now it's good. And then I gave it a challenge. So to be clear, I liked this part enough that I went, made a branch, committed it, and filed a PR. But at this point, I'm on the high of Opus knows what it's fucking doing. So I asked it to go further. This looks great. I got a challenging one for you now, though. There are 2 main pieces of content that have to load, those being the main chat view and the sidebar threads. I would like for both to fade in together at the same time. Loading the thread list takes slightly longer than the message content. How can we make sure both are loaded before the rendering, or how do we make sure that both are loaded before rendering either? And I switched to plan mode, which was mistake number 1, because in Cursor, if you switch to plan mode, a bunch of random shit breaks. Maybe this plan is still visible, though. Okay, cool. This one still exists. Nice. So here is the plan it wrote. Coordinated fade in loading. I think this is going to be the updated version. Yeah, cool. This is the updated one because the first plan it wrote was shit. You can tell because the to-dos here are still wrong because it couldn't update those properly. The amount of weird cursor bullshit I hit during this one is insane. They are working on all of it, thankfully, but I have like a 30 message Slack thread with them over all the things that went wrong with this. If you're doing plan mode, for now, always do it in a new, fresh thread that starts in plan mode, or you're going to hit a lot of obnoxious edge cases that they're very slowly fixing. That all said, the plan it made was dumb. In particular, it was going to move all of the checks for whether or not things were done to atom states, like atomic Jodi pieces that would exist in both the thread and in the page load for the message loading, and then sync back and forth to let each other know when it was done. That is really dumb and bad. This should be done by centralizing the data loading so that you have a clear state that tells you if they're done or not. And it was honestly actually annoying because this is the first time I saw the model just doing something so obviously wrong in Junior that it pissed me off a bit. So I said as much. Is there any strategy we could do other than atoms, like suspense, shared data loading, or a hook that loads both? It proposed options, and I hated all of them because I knew what the actual answer was. So I just let it do its thing. I think some messages got deleted because I retried and reverted things over and over because it wasn't updating the to-dos. For whatever reason, the model was able to update the plan, but it was creating new to-dos in line and not updating these to-dos, which was fucking obnoxious. And I had a running bet with Cursor as to which set of to-dos it would use when I hit build, and I was right and they were wrong. It used the wrong set. Ah! Yeah, so Cursor is holding us back a bit. Hopefully this will all get fixed in the near future. It might even be fixed by the time this video is live. Who knows? I'll let you know in the comments if it is. Regardless, it made this new use app content ready hook was the new proposal. And where's the point where I told it to just use the loading thing? Okay, there was some point in here where I told it, just check if the two things are loading in the hook. Like you have, this is basically what I told it to implement. Get the status from the page data query and get is loading for the other thread data query and check if either are loading. If neither are loading, we're done. If either are loading, we're not done. And now, once use content ready is true, we're good. And since this is all using React Query under the hood, if you call these hooks in multiple places, it doesn't fucking matter. It's all batched and handled together. Super nice solution. Ended up being a hell of a lot cleaner because I told it to not build what it wanted to and instead make these changes. But once the plan was fixed, and this is part of why I like plan mode so much, it's a lot more pleasant to read a plan that describes the right code than it is to It's a lot more pleasant to read a plan that describes bad code and have that get fixed than it is to actually have it generate bad code that you then have to parse through. Reading bad code is much slower and more painful than reading a bad plan. It's also much easier to fix the bad plan so you can then get good code after. And generally speaking, as long as Opus has a good plan before it goes in, it will perform nearly perfectly. You'll notice in all of these examples, once the plan is set and I tell it to go off, I almost never have it do anything else. All of this back and forth was about the plan, and then once it finished the plan, I had no follow-ups because it worked. At this point, I am impressed. I am frustrated at Cursor, but I am impressed with the capabilities of the model, and I want to go further because of who I am as a person. So I reach far. A feature I've wanted in T3 chat for a long time is profiles. The idea is that similar to in Chrome or Arc, where you have profiles like for work, for personal, for whatever else, you could have those in T3 chat. So I could have one that's for code, that's the one I have visible publicly. I could have one that's more personal that I don't share as much from. And I can have one for, I don't know, a more traditional like temp chat one where the chats disappear automatically. You could put different profiles in them. You could put different configurations for your system prompt in them. I really like this idea of profiles. I really want to get this shipped. Nobody on the team has had any time to even experiment with this, much less build it. So I decided to see what it would look like if the model did it for me. So I told it to make a plan. I want to introduce a significant change to how threads are saved. The concept is profiles. One user can have many profiles with a name, custom personalization, color icon, and threads. An example would be personal, work, and code. When I switch between them, my sidebar shows the threads made in that profile. This would be a way for me to group my threads based on a given concept or idea. You will have to implement profiles in the convex schema as well as linking them to threads with a new index. Good enough, simple description, basic idea of where to start. And it went and made a plan. A plan that doesn't load. Maybe I have the branch that has this plan in it. I think I saved this one because it was big enough that I didn't want to lose it to some bullshit. Because at this point, I was so annoyed at Cursor. I was so annoyed at Cursor at this point. Cool, I switched branches and the plan was in this branch, so we can now see it. Awesome. Profile feature implementation, schema changes. I proposed these schema changes, update the threads table, update the user config, new convex functions is gonna have to define, a new data flow, migration strategy, all the above. Cool. Awesome. Looked good enough to me. I asked it a question. Should creating a UI for this be part of the plan or should it be a different plan? Because this is all just backend changes. And it told me that it thinks it should just do the backend here and keep the UI as a separate plan. I said, fuck it, sure. I'm here for the ride. Let's see where we go. Told it to build, and it built. And everything seemed fine. So now this is implemented, allegedly works. Not easy to test because there was no UI. So I then go and build the UI plan. I want to make a proper UI for profiles in T3 chat. The key piece is a dot menu in the sidebar for switching between them. Let's plan how to implement that, as well as other UI necessary for profiles. Use the existing style system and follow the general vibe of how the app looks right now. Reference the already completed backend plan with a link to that plan. And then it created the new plan, the front-end plan. It made an architecture for how the components relate to each other. It made implementation details for the hooks that it has to build, the profile switcher. Even made a nice little text mock UI here for what it would look like. Profile dialog components, integrate into sidebar, update thread queries. I gave this not a thorough read, but a good enough once over, and then deeply looked at the to-dos and thought it was pretty good. So I clicked the build button, and it went, and it built, and it built, and it built. and it succeeded. There was a bug, though. When I switched off the default profile, I couldn't get back to it because it was an undefined profile. So it had to go plug that edge case by putting a fake default profile. And now it all works. I didn't like that it's a default. So I told it to fix that. And it did. And now, if I go over to my local host, I have my default profile. I have my work profile. And now I have this thread that's only in work, and I can switch back to default, and I have different threads here. I broke something else at some point, but new ones are working fine. I just changed something about how that data linked. Regardless, you get the idea. It built the whole fucking feature. Yeah. This is a feature that I have been thinking about for at least 9 months. A feature that I jokingly tested GPT-5 on, and it added like 72 type errors to my code base, and I couldn't even get it to compile, much less actually make something usable. So I just assumed this was the type of thing that I couldn't build with a model, and kind of threw it at Opus as a Hail Mary, like, let's see where the limitations are. And once again, if you give it a plan that makes sense, it will give you code that mostly works. There will always be little edge cases that you'll have to deal with. But once you push through those, you get something that fully functions and passes the strict code review of my team. I did give these things an honest look before I asked my team to review. I would never be the guy who tells their team to review code they haven't read themselves yet. But also, God bless Graptile and CodeRabbit for doing a really good pass and catching things first. By the way, both of them roasted the profiles code. It is a lot of code. It is about 3,000 lines because there's a lot of things that have to change. A lot of that is the generated convex stuff. And also I committed the plans, so I wanted to keep them. This is because of a bad merge conflict that can be fixed. I bet a lot of this is actually the bad merge conflict. Let me fix that quick. See the profiles agentic demo? That was my last attempt to do this, and it just bombed. We're going to switch to Opus Edition, git rebase main. Cool. Let's see if that diff gets any less bad with that. Okay, now it's only 1,000 lines. That makes more sense. It's a 1,000 line change. I'm guessing at least a third of that is generated files. Yeah, generated changes. Oh, actually, no, it's only 2 lines in the generated. The rest is all real code. And it's all code that, for the most part, makes a lot of sense. Graptile has feelings about it, but it's fine. Like, this is code I wouldn't ship without a handful of changes, but at the absolute least, it lets us see what implementing the full feature looks like and gives us a feel for what using it feels like, which is a huge, huge win. To be able to take this feature that's been in my head for almost a year, and I was going to have to spend multiple days building a prototype of, and do it in an hour, is just crazy. It's changed the way I think about how I build. This was absolutely past the line for where it would be worth to prototype. When I have feature ideas like this, usually my order of events is to think deeply about it, talk about it with the team, sketch out a plan, figure out what we want the final version to look like, and then go do it. Now, if I have an idea, I might go spend the 20 minutes to whip it up with Opus, even if it's a huge feature add or a fundamental change in a re-architecture of our data layer. It barely matters now. Would this be able to change our database out from convex to something else? No, probably not. But can this build almost any feature I can imagine in a workable format that I could use to prototype and test out new things? Absolutely. In just 2 days, I filed like 7 PRs, all of which had the majority of the code written by Opus. The simple ones, sure, It cranked through the simple ones super easily. The mid-tier ones, it made some small mistakes that were easy to adjust, easy to fix, and then shipped to production. In this gigantic overhaul, with very little steering, just a little help on the planning phase, it was able to build something that is better than I would have expected from most engineers if I tasked them with the same work. I'm not going to sit here and pretend AI is going to replace all of us as engineers. I had to steer a lot for this. But like, what the fuck? This is so far beyond where I thought this stuff would be at the end of the decade, much less the end of 2025. I cannot believe how good this stuff has gotten. I wish I could sit here and make fun of the model more. I really do. It has its quirks, and I have mocked it a lot. But it's really good. And I don't think I've properly showcased that. I don't think many others have either. This is real production work for features that have been in my head for months, if not years, getting done in minutes. And that whole like AI made me 10 times more productive thing that we always shit on people for, keep shitting on them for it. It's stupid. But at the same time, this is real features that wouldn't be in T3 chat if it wasn't for this model and how easy it made it for me to do. Feature adds have never been easier. That said, feature creep becomes a problem too. And we need these models to be a lot better at debugging and understanding edge cases and errors if we want this path to keep being explored long term. And when I did hit bugs and asked Opus for help, it often caused as many new bugs as it resolved, and I found myself switching back to GPT-5 for some of these more deep niche CSS bug type problems. Still only had to do that twice. I'm floored. I did not think that this stuff would get this good. I certainly didn't think I would be using it the way I am today. The speed at which I went from, oh, tab complete's pretty cool, to I spend more time in agent mode than in editor mode in cursor is just crazy. It is actually getting rare that I bother hitting Command E to go back to the editor mode. And that's not just because it's buggy as fuck and the way that the two modes are split is bad. It is. I had a long lecture with the team about that. It's just because agent mode is great. And I don't need to be checking the files. I don't need to steer the model towards the right place. I steer the model towards the right solution. And that's a huge mental shift for me. I have been so blown away with the capabilities of Opus, and I had to sit here and talk about it because it's breaking my brain. And if you've been hesitant to try it, hopefully this will push you over the edge too. Because this model is fundamentally different. Yeah, give it a shot. You might be impressed. I know I was. This is not a small code base either. So I don't have clock installed. Nope. That was weird. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's the biggest code base in the world, but 60,000 lines of TypeScript's no joke. And its ability to just know where everything is and make good changes so efficiently, genuinely impressive. I am floored. I have been very, very impressed with the quality of the code and the consistency of the understanding of the code base that Opus is able to do. Yeah, go give it a shot. I would love to sit here and talk shit. I can't. This model's great. It's changing how I'm coding. I'm curious if it does for you. Am I just going insane, or is this actually this good? Curious how y'all feel about it. Let me know what you think. And until next time, peace, nerds. How much does this all cost me? Like $80 or so of inference. Oh yeah, Zed likes Opus too. I should include that. Yo, Wabo with the gigantic 50 bomb. Thank you for that. Cool. Did we just do 5 videos in a stream? It's been a bit since we got that many in one. To be fair, we have been going for 5.5 hours, and it is 7 p.m., and I haven't eaten today, so I probably should leave. Jesus Christ with the 50 bomb though. Thank you so much, Wabo, for that. Apparently shipping and fixing code to prod is a profitable hobby. Enjoy the subs. Damn right. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate the support from all of you guys today a ton. Shoe Money with the absurd number of gift subs. You guys going nuts with the bits and breaking half of Twitch. Clag, I think I got you, but regardless, appreciate the long-term subs. Yeah, appreciate all of you guys so much. If you're not doing routing changes, you're probably not going to have problems with that. What's this? I'm only 30, so that hasn't happened yet. My font size goes up because I stream, not because my eyes don't work. Let's figure out who we're rating. Let me say hi and bye to YouTube chat as well. Sorry, I've not been paying as much attention here. Ninja gets 800 viewers now. That's actually really funny. Bad Cop is learning Bash. I do love me some Bad Cop streams.
Alias not to Vim.
All right, he's at the sniper tower.
I'll throw you guys. Oh, fuck. Why is it making sound? The right handle, right? Is it raid Bad Cop _ right? Cool. Have fun with Bad Cop. Go learn some Bash. Thank you all for coming through. You might see me this weekend. Keep an eye on the channel, though, because if there are other random unexpected news drops, I might have to go and film off stream like I did yesterday. Hopefully not. It'd be nice if the year would calm down. But yeah, appreciate everybody for all the support today. It's been nuts. Thank you for the Prime sub, Eras, for the wrap up. Wabo for all the crazy gifting. And the cheers. Shoe Money for the crazy gifts as well. It's been a great day. Thank you all so much. Have fun with Bad Cop. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.
How's it going? We're learning Bash over here. We're following the complete Bash scripting course, full-length guide to learning the Bash shell. Available now. Course.ysap.sh. What's Bash? Is it